Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
I would like to open this hearing by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabeg to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Commissioner, our first witness today is Susan Jacob. I'd like to ask the court reporter to please affirm Ms. Jacob.
My name is Jacob. I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence today, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Jacob.
Good morning.
I'd like to start with some questions about your professional background. You have worked at the City of Hamilton since 2002, is that correct?
Yes,
And what is your current role at the city?
I'm the Acting Director of Engineering Services.
And when did you start that role?
February 2022.
And who do you report to as Acting Director?
At this moment, Carlisle Khan is the General Manager of Public Works.
Okay. And who reports to you?
I have all the managers reporting to me, Manager of Infrastructure Renewal, Greg Guzman, Manager of Construction, Ed English, Manager of Geomatics and Corridor Management, David Lamont. I do have Diana Cameron as my admin assistant. And Manager of Design was Mike Beck. He has a new position as of today.
Thank you. And what roles have you held at the city since 2002?
In 2002, I started off as a water wastewater technologist. And then I became the project manager in the Hamilton Water Master Plan Division. And then I continued to be the senior project manager in design, and then became the manager of design in 2007.
And the majority of questions I'm going to ask you today are with respect to your time as manager of design. Regarding that role, who did you report to?
Manager of design reports to the Director of Engineering Services, and at the time it was Gary Moore, and later on after he moved on, it was Gord McGuire.
Okay, and who reported to you as manager?
Manager of design has got the senior project managers, and there were two senior project managers. One was Chris McCafferty, and the other one was Mike Beck.
Okay. And if you could please describe your role as manager, your day-to-day tasks.
Manager of design is responsible for the implementation of the capital program for the City of Hamilton. When I say capital program, specifically along the right-of-way, which is all the linear infrastructure, and that includes road, water, sewer, bridges, and all those which you are dealing with on the right-of-way itself. So the program delivery is what my task was. This can be road reconstruction, road rehabilitation, bridge reconstruction, and all of that. Regarding the day-to-day, it will be the management of the staff as the primary role, and making sure that the resources are allocated to the program appropriately so that the program can be delivered. There are times when we have to do investigations, deal with permits, so do the detailed design and the tendering of the projects, as well as award of the projects. Once it's awarded, it is given to construction for the actual construction and contract administration.
And I understand from some of the evidence you've given today that there are four groups or divisions within engineering services at the time that you were manager. So asset management, geomatics and corridor management, design and construction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was design's role in particular?
So I would say it is more like a workflow for a capital planning and implementation. The planning piece starts with asset management, where they put together the projects and the budgets related to that. It gets approved at the council as well. Once it's approved, it is the implementation piece where the design starts working from. So implementation means that we have to do as necessary all the investigations required. In case of bridges, it is hydraulic analysis and so on, and geotechnical investigations and things like that to understand what needs to be done on a project. And we do the detailed design to make sure that the program or the project can be delivered. I hope I answered it correctly.
That was helpful. Thank you. And I understand that there are other groups within public works, but not within engineering services that also have responsibilities related to the city's road network. What is engineering services responsible for within public works with regard to the Red Hill Valley Parkway and roads more generally?
Engineering services was putting together the capital budget program, as I mentioned previously, especially for the projects which are related to the linear infrastructure within the right-of-way. So engineering services does a lot of project coordination from the asset owners, which is Hamilton Water when it's related to water and sewer, with the roads program related to all the assets within the, which is the road, the sidewalk, and all of that is coming from the information that is collected from the other groups. Transportation planning, traffic operations, transit, all of them do put their information in as a scope document towards the towards engineering services, who does the compiling of all of that and coordinate the needs and puts together the budget related to that.
Thanks very much. Could you please tell me about your educational background?
Yes, I did my bachelor's in engineering from University of Kerala in 1991 and followed by a master's in hydraulics engineering, again from University of Kerala in 1993. And I did several other courses after that as continuous education.
And as part of your educational background, training, or professional experience, do you have any expertise related to friction testing or the analysis of friction testing results?
I had not done any frictional analysis in my projects in the past.
Okay, and through your educational background or those courses that you referred to as continuing education, did any of those involve friction testing or the analysis of friction testing results?
Not related to a roadway. It was always a physics theoretical understanding. Friction does play a role. That's how I understand in the engineering principles.
Thank you. And I understand you're a professional engineer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you first become a professional engineer in Ontario?
In 2006, May.
Okay. And are you licensed in any other jurisdictions?
No.
So we've received some documents that indicate you had some involvement in projects that Golder Associates and Dr. Yuzurowski in particular were retained for, including certain phases of the PMTR and link resurfacing. prior to around 2013, had you worked on or been involved in projects relating to the RHVP, the link, or roads in Hamilton more generally that involved Golder and Dr. Uzareski?
I had worked with Dr. Ostrowski even before 2013, not particularly for Red Hill Valley Parkway at all. That was being delivered by a special projects office, so I did not have any involvement in that. Dr. Ostrowski was working with the engineering services. Probably it had a different name at the time, but engineering services to look into our practices related to construction of roadways and things like that. So it was a three-phased program that we were doing. One was to look at the construction and then construction practices. And then the second one was the design practices, as well as the asset management or the programming side of things.
And I believe what you're referring to is the pavement materials technology review, or
That's right.
PPR. And what was your involvement with that project, or with any particular phases?
So Dr. Ostrowski was wanted to have interviews with my staff and myself as well, including to understand the processes that we were following and the practices that we had within the engineering services, so that he can provide us recommendation on how to improve on that. He also did some training for the staff at the end of the review.
And were you involved in the link resurfacing project?
Yes, I was the manager at the time.
And did you have day-to-day involvement with that project?
As I mentioned, I'm more a program delivery, not project delivery. So I am there in the sense that I give direction to my staff and make sure that the resources are allocated and the projects are getting done on a timely basis.
Okay, but there would have been a project manager or a senior project manager that was more directly day-to-day
Yes.
working on the project?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving forward a bit in time to 2013, Registrar, if we can go to Overview Document 6, Image 52. And Hamilton experienced heavy rainfall on September 21st, 2013, which resulted in a number of collisions. Following this, there was an email exchange among city staff, beginning with the district road supervisors, who noted that they had received complaints from police regarding the road being slippery. And this was escalated up the chain and was discussed by various managers and directors in public works. And I've summarized, I'm happy to take you through the exchange if helpful, but I've summarized it. Do you recall that rain event or the resulting collisions?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you're not copied on the emails that I just referred to. Were you aware of any discussions or emails related to slippery conditions on the RHVP at this time?
No.
And did anyone raise this issue with you?
No.
And Registrar, if we can go to the next image, please. Apologies. Actually, if we can go to image 56. Thank you. So in one email in this series that I referred to previously, Mr. Mader wrote that the topic should be discussed at TCC, which I understand to be the Transportation Coordinating Committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the purpose of the TCC?
As I mentioned, engineering services does a lot of project coordination, but this particular committee was formed because there were more than one group that was dealing with the transportation related information when coming into the project coordination. So transit, engineering services, development engineering, quite a lot of different groups were involved. So it was a committee formed to discuss about the transportation related projects and coordinating it.
Okay, and do you know when it was formed?
I don't recollect the date for it. Or the year, I don't recollect.
Okay. And did you usually attend TCC meetings?
Yes, I used to attend TCC meeting, especially because I deliver the capital program.
Okay, and how often did the TCC meet?
I'm not sure whether it was monthly or quarterly.
And what was your role at TCC meetings typically?
To make sure that there is coordination if I'm doing a project on a particular roadway and if it is affecting transit or other traffic related, if there is any traffic detour or anything like that, that I need to ensure that the remainder of the transportation related group is aware of. That's my role in making sure that that information is handed over. Transportation master plans, when that was being done, to make sure that they are aware of the projects that was getting delivered through this capital program as well.
Okay. And in your experience, how effective was the communication and decision-making between the overlapping groups that had involvement in roads and transportation?
At the staff level, I wouldn't say there were any issues. We were communicating very regularly. So information was being given back and forth at those meetings. I had good relationship at the traffic coordination committee.
Okay. And did you ever have or hear of any concerns relating to information sharing or siloing of information?
Not particularly.
Okay, and registrar, if we can go to HAM 41745. These are minutes from a TCC meeting a few days after the email exchanges I was referring to, so on September 24th, 2013. And you are listed amongst the attendees. Registrar, if we can just call out the text above the table, please. Thank you. And Ms. Jacob, do you recall attending this meeting?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recall about this meeting generally?
This meeting was generally conducted at the Traffic Operations Center in Upper Ottawa. And as I mentioned, there are people in here, Christine Lee Morrison, Al Kirkpatrick, were members that were coming from the master plan side of things, so the Class A, and Sally Young-Lee was from the growth management, myself, and I was representing engineering services. I think Gary Krishnov was at the time from the traffic operations side and Martin White as well from traffic operations. Jim Dams was from transit, Jeff Lupton and all the others mentioned in there as well from various different groups.
Thank you. And registrar, if we can close this down and go to image 2 of this document. You can call out number 6, the text under number 6. Thank you. Okay. So the RHVP and link are referred to in the minutes of this meeting under item 6, which is called out here, under the heading Martin. I take this to refer to Martin White. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And the minutes note link and RHVP safety studies to be conducted on all on-off ramps. Do you recall any discussion related to the RHVP and link safety at this meeting?
Not particularly the details about it. Martin would mention all the safety or the studies that they have been doing. So more information on things like that.
I take it you don't recall which particular studies is being referred to here. Is that right?
No.
Okay. And were you involved in these discussions?
It did not go into the details of the studies. It was more studies being undertaken or just giving a high level information at that meeting.
Okay. And do you recall any discussion of the collisions resulting from the rain event I referred to?
No.
Okay. And who was involved in the discussions relating to the link and RHVP safety? Do you recall?
I don't think there was any discussion at these meetings. It is primarily they will be embarking on a study or it is going on. Just giving an update on things like that.
Okay. Okay, Registrar, we can close that down. And you can actually close this document as well. So around this time in late September, early October 2013, Mr. Moore had already retained Golder to conduct a study on the RHVP. It is sometimes referred to as the 5 or 6 year condition evaluation, which for the purpose of the inquiry, we refer to as the Golder project. This is the project that resulted in a draft January 2014 report that included the trade wind report as an appendix. So at this time, again, late September, early October 2013, were you aware that Golder had been retained for this project?
No.
Okay. And given your role as manager of design, is this the type of project you would have expected to have been involved in?
So as I mentioned earlier, Red Hill Valley had a special project office and any related information or studies were being conducted by Gary Moore, given his involvement in the past with that Red Hill Valley office. So in our day-to-day, it did not come up as a program or a project, so I was not involved in any of those studies.
And just to make sure I understand that correctly, so though the special project office had closed, typically items related to the Red Hill Valley were dealt with by Mr. Moore as a result of his involvement in that office. Is that correct?
Yes, the project office was closed, but Red Hill Valley studies were continued by Mr. Moore.
Okay. And was there a particular group, other than Mr. Moore, was there a particular group at the city that would typically be involved in a project assessing the condition of the RHVP?
I was not aware of anyone else.
Okay. I understand that Mr. Moore decided to have friction testing conducted on the RHVP and link following the email discussions relating to those collisions in September 2013 that we spoke about a moment ago. I understand it's your evidence that you were not aware of those discussions at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, I was not aware.
Right. Were you aware of Mr. Moore's decision to have friction testing conducted on the RHVP and link?
No.
Were you aware that friction testing had been conducted on the RHVP and link on November 20th, 2013?
No.
Okay, and I'll ask you some questions relating to these documents a bit later in the chronology, but for now, before 2017, were you aware of any friction testing on the RHVP or link at all?
No,
And were you aware of either the Tradewind report or the draft Boulder report at this time?
no,
Are these the types of projects or reports that would typically have been discussed at the TCC in your
no,
And did you ever discuss friction or friction testing with Mr. Moore?
no,
Did you ever discuss friction or friction testing with anyone at the city, again, prior to 2017?
no,
Around the same time, so still in the 2013 time period, the city's traffic group had retained SEMA to conduct a safety assessment of a portion of the RHVP, which we refer to as the 2013 SEMA report. Registrar, if we can call up HAM 41871. So that project resulted in the report that I've called up. Did you have any involvement in the project that resulted in this report?
no,
Did you receive or review it around the time it was presented to council, which was in November 2013?
no,
And would you typically attend PwC meetings as a practice?
no,
And would you typically be aware of work other groups in public works would present to the PwC?
no. Not very much involved unless it was related to a project that was up for delivery.
Registrar, if we can go to HAM 23869. This is an email Mr. Moore sent you and some others on September 4th, 2014. So we're now roughly a year after the collisions we were just speaking about, and several months after the delivery of the Boulder report. And Registrar, if we can go to HAM 23870, but in the native form. And I'm just calling up the one of the attachments to this document. Okay, so this is one of the attachments to the email we were just looking at. It's an Excel spreadsheet and it's titled 2013-2014 consultant roster / rotation record of consultants retained and reserved. Do you recall receiving that email in this document?
Yes.
Okay,
It was a general practice. Gary Moore was the roster captain for the geotechnical investigation category. So he would send it out to all the parties who usually request the roster services to identify what are the type of projects that we will be having in that was it a 2-year 2013 to 2014. In that time frame, is there anyone who has got any projects coming up? We identify that, give him the name or where those will be and the rough amount so that he can pencil in, making sure that all the consultants get an equal distribution of work.
And before I get into some more specific questions, what is the city's roster program? If you can just Tell me about
The
that.
roster program is a group of consultants that we identify and hire in for 2-year term. Now it is changed to 3-year term, and the maximum amount is 150,000 now. At that time, it used to be 100,000 was the maximum for an assignment that you can provide to these consultants, making sure that in that 2-year window, that or 3-year as it is now, making sure that they are equitably provided with work.
Okay.
So there are many different categories. Geotechnical investigation is only one of them.
Okay. And did you receive this attachment? I understand from what you just
Yes.
said a moment ago.
And the staff names that is mentioned there clearly shows you the range of staff from where these assignments are coming from. So ES Design is the design group which I was leading, and a few names in there actually belongs to the section that I was leading.
Okay, that was leading the particular project.
Yeah.
Okay, and why did you receive this attachment, to your knowledge?
As again, to ensure that if I've got any other projects coming up, so that it can be provided to Gary so he can distribute the work among the different consultants.
Okay, and Registrar, if you could scroll down to row 121, please. Great, and if you're actually able to zoom in so that only A through J are visible, that would be helpful. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Golder is listed in this document under the heading Scope Consultants. What is a scope consultant?
Scope consultant is when it is, so there is a terms of reference when we are picking the consultants for a roster category. Scope consultants may not meet all the requirements of that terms of reference, but they have specialty work that they can provide. And those specialty consultants are brought in as a scope consultant. So they don't get the regular day-to-day, but it's more specialized work that is being assigned to the scope consultants.
And various Golder projects are listed under scope consultants, including Red Hill Pavement Condition Investigation / Report and Pavement Skid Resistance Performance Friction Testing. And at the time you received this document, so this is September 2014, were you aware of either of those projects?
No, I wasn't scanning through what was being given to that scope consultant, and you can see that all those assignments were by Gary Moore himself.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, you would not have been going through these projects to determine. Yeah. Okay. And would any of the Golder line items relate to work you were doing at the time?
No.
Okay. Okay, Registrar, we can close that. And we can close this document as well. Thank you. So moving forward in time to 2015, I asked you earlier about your involvement or your recollection of the 2013 SEMA report. SEMA was again retained in 2015 by the traffic group, this time for a safety review of the entire RHVP. Council directed staff to obtain the report in May 2015 following a collision that resulted in 2 fatalities. And the 2015 SEMA report was ultimately presented to Council in December 2015. Did you have any involvement in that project?
No.
Did you review it at the time it was presented to Council?
No.
And were you involved with the implementation of any of the recommendations referenced in the report?
No,
And up to and including this time in December 2015, do you recall being involved in or hearing about any discussions relating to friction testing on the RHVP or link?
no,
Were you aware that friction testing had been recommended in either the 2013 or 2015 SEMA reports?
no,
And do you recall hearing about any safety concerns regarding the RHVP at this time?
no.
Registrar, if we could go to HAM 760. So this is moving forward in time to April 2016. On April 15th, 2016, you received an email from Richard Andoga, who informed you that Asset Management programmed the link and RHVP for rehabilitation in 2017. Was this email the first time that you were advised of that?
Yes,
Okay, so I take it you were not involved in any prior discussions regarding the rehabilitation?
no,
At this time, did you know why the RHVP rehabilitation was programmed by Asset Management?
I was under the impression it is an asset management, life cycle management related project, and that's primarily what the understanding was regarding this project.
Okay. And Mr. Andoga wrote in the email that the objective was to improve skid resistance of the RHVE, repair settlement areas, as well as repair the ramps of the link. Were you aware at this time that the skid resistance of the RHVP required improvement?
No,
Do you know why it was included as an objective?
I'm not sure.
And did you have any discussions with anyone about why it was included as an objective?
No, I did not. The scope usually evolves over time, so until that scope was being put together completely, I was not following up on this.
Okay. And at the time you received this email, what was your understanding of the work that was being proposed? We know that later in time, the RHVP is resurfaced, but is the rehabilitation referred to here something less than a full resurfacing?
So when this email came in, I understand it's a rehabilitation strategy that they're looking at, but it does not say what exactly would the rehabilitation strategy would be. And it takes time to develop a scope like that. So it's waiting for further investigation and recommendations related to that.
And other than what's included in this email, did you have an understanding of the scope that was being considered?
No, as I mentioned, it evolves over time, so I did not have a full understanding what the scope would be ultimately.
And in the email, he also noted that Miller Group and Norjon were invited to submit proposals. Before receiving this email, were you aware of that?
No,
And registrar, if we can go to HAM 761. Mr. Beck replied to Mr. Andoga's email, and I note that you are not copied on this, but he wrote, interesting, are we thinking microsurfacing? Were you aware microsurfacing was being considered at this time?
not for RHVP. Microsurfacing was something that we were considering on other routes as well.
Okay, so you had some familiarity with microsurfacing, but not for the RHVP?
Not for RHVP.
Okay. And were you aware at this time of any prior recommendations for microsurfacing of the RHVP?
No,
Registrar, if we can take this down and go to overview document 7 at image 121. So a meeting was arranged with Norjon, who had submitted a proposal for the use of ultra-thin bonded wearing horse. And the meeting was on April 27th, 2016. At this time, were you aware of either the proposal or the meeting?
No.
Is this typically the type of meeting you would expect to have been included in or made aware of?
So the tender process is usually through my group, and this was not a tender process. It was more a proposal being solicited. So I was not aware of this process that they had followed.
And would it be unusual for design not to have been involved in this process?
Yeah, it was not a programmed project. So yeah, I'm not sure why it was being done this way.
Okay. And do you know why the proposal never went ahead, or more generally, why rehabilitation did not proceed in 2017?
I'm not aware why.
And were you involved in any discussions regarding that decision?
No.
Okay. So moving forward again a few months in time to February 2017, Registrar, if we can go to HAM 34635. And if you can just call out the top part, this text. Just the whole invitation, if you could. So it's a little bigger. Thank you. So you received a calendar invite for a meeting on February 6th, 2017, titled Repaving RHVP. So this is several months after the email you received from Mr. Andoga regarding RHVP rehabilitation that we just discussed. Had you had any discussions regarding rehabilitation or resurfacing the RHVP in the interim period?
Not the interim period, no. This is a meeting that was being held for project coordination again to make operations group aware of the project that is upcoming and request them for looking into other scoping elements that needs to be added to the project.
Okay. And was this the first time the concept of repaving the RHVP was brought to your attention?
As I mentioned earlier, 2016, there was an email. 2017 is now they're getting into the details of the RHVP. So it's an evolving process, so it's not unusual. A concept is brought up and then continue to develop. Okay,
so you viewed kind of the discussions in early 2017 to have evolved from the earlier discussions in 2016 about rehabilitation. Is that right?
Yeah.
And do you have any insight into why there was roughly a 10-month gap between discussions on rehabilitation and discussions regarding repaving?
I'm not sure why.
And do you recall this meeting on February 6th?
Yeah, I do.
And what do you recall about that meeting?
It was held in our city center. I remember meeting with Martin White, Betty, and so on, as well as with our asset management group at the time, to Brian Hughes as well, I remember, to discuss about, what other things that you need to get added to the resurfacing or repaving Red Hill Valley. So it was about, brainstorming the different aspects that needed to get added to the project scope.
Okay. And what do you recall about the scope at this time?
So we start off with rehabilitation strategy, but then that's only one piece. And then you need to talk about the other aspects, like is there any catch basins that needs to be replaced, any culverts, any other issues that is going on that the operations group bring forward during a scope discussion.
And do you recall skid resistance being raised as an objective for resurfacing at this time?
No, I don't recollect that. No.
Okay. Did anyone ever address why it was no longer an objective? Were there any discussions about that?
No.
Were there any discussions regarding skid resistance at all?
No.
So a few weeks later, on March 1st, 2017, you were included on an email chain regarding the scope of resurfacing. So Registrar, if we can go to HAM 858 at image 2, please. And so in the first email, which you weren't copied on at the time, but that you receive in an email later up the chain, Mr. Andoga wrote to Mr. White, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Sadawi, and Mr. Jasbach that they were proposing the resurfacing of the link and RHVP over a 4-year period. The 4 years being the RHVP from 2018-2019 and the link from 2020 to 2021. Was this your understanding of the resurfacing schedule and plans around this time?
Yes.
And do you know why resurfacing was programmed for this period?
As I mentioned, it was a life cycle management plan that I was under the impression that this is being done. So as part of life cycle management, Red Hill Valley was due for rehabilitation and then moving on to Link. Link was done in 2012. So first was Red Hill Valley and then to Link.
And both the RHVP and the Link are proposed to be resurfaced over 2 years. Do you know why it was proposed over a 2-year period for each?
Red Hill Valley is a very lengthy one, and again, the budget may also have been the reason why it was split into 2 years. I wouldn't know the exact reasoning, but there were talks about doing ramp to ramp at a time or doing one way at a time. So there were a lot of discussions on the practicality of how we wanted to handle this rehabilitation.
Okay. And you mentioned that your understanding of why resurfacing was being proposed was related to the life cycle of the roads. To your knowledge, was this on track with the projected resurfacing schedule? Was it earlier or later? Did you have a sense of that at this time?
I think it was again, they do the condition assessment. So I didn't look into the condition assessment or the numbers related to that. And that's something that asset management does continuously. Every 2 years, they do an OCI index to understand the condition of the road. So that condition index may have triggered it. The other thing that I was aware is the traffic and the truck traffic in particular had increased tremendously from what was originally projected. So both of this together would have needed the rehabilitation to be done at that time.
Okay. And when you referred to the condition assessment, are you referring to the Boulder project or something different?
Payment distress is something that that asset management does for all the roads.
Okay, so it would have been a condition assessment for the entire road network, not
Yeah.
something for
Yeah.
the RHBP in particular.
No.
Okay. And for a project of this nature and given the budget cycles of the city, is this programming schedule typical that a project is proposed in 2017 for implementation the following year?
It is a lot of work that needs to be done when such a big project is coming on board. 1 year is kind of a tight call, but there's a lot of work that we can do. This one in particular will require MTO coordination and so on. And again, it doesn't say from where to where yet. So there may be elements that I can work around and make sure that it can happen in 2018. So if I'm working more from Mud Street up to Green Hill Valley or Green Hill Avenue, then it's a different take than going from MTO, QEW up to Green Hill. So it doesn't state all that. So 2018 would have been doable.
Right. So you would have needed more information.
Yeah, the scope determines the type of permits that is required, and permits are the ones which are really taking a lot more time, and even the specifications related to it. So at this time, I don't see a holistic scope. So 2018 is doable, yet it is something that we will have to make sure that the right project manager is put on.
And did anyone tell you or give you the impression that there was any urgency relating to the Red Hill resurfacing project?
No.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can call up image 1 and image 2 side by side. Okay. And following these discussions, so the email that you received on March 1st, 2017, what from your perspective were the next steps regarding resurfacing?
So the next steps for us would have been to make sure that the rest of the scope, like do you want the guide rails replaced, anything else that needs to be done, culverts, and they talk about dips and so on. So identifying all the aspects of that scope was very important. Related to the scope comes all the investigation related to that. So resurfacing means we need to identify what's the design mix that needs to be put on for the replacement of that asphalt and so on. So depending on the scope that is coming in, we'll also decide whether it can be done in-house or with the expertise that we have internally, or whether I need any consultants to help me with the delivery of the project. And to also make sure that the budget is in line with the scope that is being developed.
Okay. And what was your understanding at this time of when the resurfacing project could be brought to tender?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Sure. So at this time in early March of 2017, when did you expect that this project would be brought to tender?
So project of this magnitude, when they're pulling together in March of 2017, the idea is if the budget is not already in place, the budget talks happens in September, October. So pulling together all these scope so that the budget is approved in through the council and then getting to the award. So tender would have been towards the latest would be March of 2018. If I go any beyond March of 2018, it is cutting very close regarding making sure that the tender and award and starting of the project will be delayed.
Okay, so for work to start in 2018, things needed to be in place by the latest in March 2018, is that correct?
March 2018 for the tendering of the project so that the work can be delivered through May 2018 onwards.
Okay, and what was your understanding of when the scope needed to be finalized?
Scope needed to be finalized before, the usual practice was before August of 2017.
And at this time, so February, March 2017, did you have any work relating to the resurfacing of the RHVP on your plate? Or were you waiting to receive more information?
I was waiting for more information.
Okay. And would your group have had any tasks before the project scope was set?
I will eye this as a major project, and I would start looking at which project managers or resources I can put together towards that. Making sure that the project manager or the resources are primed in preparation for this. And even getting the the corridor management or the geomatics group ready, because they do the base plans for us, and it has to be in place much before we can get going. So as soon as a project is being recommended, the limits matters and the type of work matters, so that geomatics and corridor management, when they go out and do survey based plans, they can be prepared for that. So yeah, within engineering, not particularly in design, but there were activities that needed to be done in preparation for this project.
Okay, thank you. And Registrar, if we can go to overview document 7, page or image 183. Thank you. So moving ahead in time a few months to June 2017, Councillor Conley and his assistant, Robert Riberick, contacted Mr. Ferguson from traffic, asking if pavement friction testing done on the RHVP last year and what the results of such testing were. Mr. Ferguson then copied Mr. Moore into the email exchange. Mr. Moore was on vacation at the time, so a few others in Public Works, including Ms. Cameron and Mr. Odie, were brought into the exchange as well. And Registrar, if we can open HAM 997, please. And if we can actually open both images of 997, that would be helpful. Okay. So on June 5th, 2017, you were brought into the email exchange, having been copied by Ms. Cameron, who wrote to Councillor Conley, my apologies, it was Gary who requested the friction testing in 2014, and unfortunately I do not have a copy of that report. I will follow up with Gary on your request when he returns to the office on June 12th. You responded the same day, writing, is this for Red Hill? Maybe we can touch base with Ludimir. Stopping there for a moment, why do you think you were copied onto Ms. Cameron's email?
Again, I'm going to make an assumption that Gary was away, and I probably was acting on his behalf on that day.
Okay, so you may have been the acting director in Gary's
That's right.
Okay, and before receiving Ms. Cameron's email, were you aware that friction testing had been done in 2014?
No.
And were you aware of the report Ms. Cameron was referring to?
No.
Okay. Okay, and looking at Ms. Cameron's 3:52 p.m. email and the emails that preceded that, there's nothing in particular that references the RHVP. The first email on the chain from Councillor Conley just says, on my update sheet, it says that the pavement friction testing is completed. What were the results of the testing? Did you know what update sheet he was referring to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Sure. So looking at the first email in the chain, and registrar, if we can actually call that out, the 258 email. Thank you. Councillor Conley, in writing to Mr. Moore, Mr. White, copying Mr. Romerick, wrote, on my update sheet, it says that the pavement friction testing is completed. Do you know what update sheet he was referring to, or rather at the time, did you know what update sheet he was referring to?
No.
Okay, registrar, if we can close that call out. So how did you know that this request related to the RHVP?
As I mentioned, I've never done a friction testing on any of my projects. And I was assuming here that it could be related to Red Hill Valley, as well as, again, that's my impression. We did not do any such testing or any other projects, not only when I say we, design had never received any friction testing reports in the past on any other projects that we did. So it is my assumption here, if anything was done, it could be for Red Hill Valley.
Okay, so you responded to Ms. Cameron's email almost immediately. And just so I'm understanding your evidence correctly, there was nothing in particular in this email that prompted you to think it was the RHVP. It was just, you were guessing that it might have been, is that right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You also wrote, maybe we can touch base with Ludimir. Did you know at this time that Dr. Izarowski had been involved in friction testing or an assignment regarding the RHVP?
Again, it's an assumption. Anytime Red Hill Valley, I know that Gary had worked very closely with Dr. Izarowski. So it is again an assumption. And why I'm saying that is because Ms. Cameron is saying that I do not have a copy of the report. So I was suggesting to her, maybe you can follow up. And I don't know for certain if that was Mr. Dr. Izarowski who will be the person to contact. I'm just suggesting to her.
And what RHVP related work were you aware that Golder or Dr. Izarowski had been involved in previously at this time?
I was not aware of any particular projects that Dr. Izarowski and Mr. Moore were doing on Red Hill Valley Parkway, but I was aware that there were a lot of collaborations with other organizations and so on that was related to Red Hill Valley. And again, as I was not touching base with any of those day to day, I had no clue of other studies or other events that was happening related to Red Hill Valley.
Okay. So you were not aware of any work that Dr. Izarowski and Golder had done with respect to the RHVP, but you understood that they had worked with Mr. Moore previously. Am I understanding that right?
That's right.
And Ms. Cameron replied to your email writing, I wouldn't give anything to the counselor without Gary's permission. Did Ms. Cameron's response surprise you?
She is mentioning that she doesn't have a copy and she will follow up upon Gary's return. So I feel confident that she'll take care of it and as needed, work with Gary to get that report and give it to Mr. Conley. So I was under the impression it was being dealt with as needed. I didn't see any urgency in here that I needed to do anything about it. So I didn't feel very surprised that I thought she was under control.
Okay, and she refers to without Gary's permission. Typically, would you need Mr. Moore's permission to provide a counselor with documents?
So again, the working relationship between Ms. Cameron and Gary. I did not bother about that. I am, as an acting director, assisting her to figure out what needs to be done at that time.
And did you discuss this request with Mr. Moore when he returned to the office?
It is my general practice when I'm acting for someone to reply or to give a brief or summarize what the events were. I'm not 100% sure. It's more a verbal communication that I usually do upon the person's return. So I may have done that, referred to this as there is an outstanding request, but I cannot confirm. There's no email chain regarding that.
Okay, and you don't have a specific recollection of having a verbal discussion with Mr. Moore, is that right?
No, I usually summarize, and that's my practice. So I'm going to assume here.
And did you ask him for the results or for the report?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I did not require it for my day-to-day projects or work, so I did not ask for it.
Okay, and did Ms. Cameron raise this with you again?
No, she did not.
Did anyone?
No. So I don't see a follow-up from counselor's office either, if they were in need of it or they have seen that I was copied as well, but there was no follow-up from counselor's office either. So I didn't feel that they didn't receive it or there was an urgency regarding that.
Okay. And did you discuss friction testing with anyone else at the city after this exchange?
No, I did not.
And I think I have your answer on this, but just to be sure, after you received Ms. Cameron's email on June 5th at 4:30, were there any next steps or any follow-up items for you to do?
No, I didn't think I had any follow-up to do because there was no urgency that I saw here. And Ms. Cameron, I thought Ms. Cameron was under control because she said that she will reply back to the counselor's office as of June 12th. And there was no take back from the counselor's office that they needed it immediately, nor did they escalate it. So I thought it was well contained and it will be taken care of.
Okay. And did you ever learn whether or not the results were provided to Councillor Conley?
No.
So not long after the emails with Councillor Conley, the Hamilton Spectator published an article regarding the RHVP titled Highway Traffic Tragedies, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill? Registrar, if we can go to that document, it's HAM 52704. Okay. And do you recall reading this article when it was first published in July 2017?
No, I don't recall reading it.
So in the article, actually, maybe if we can go to that image. One moment. Go to image 2, registrar, 2 and 3 if possible. And if we can call out the last sentence on image 2 and the first on image 3, just so it's a little bit bigger. So even if you hadn't read or if you weren't aware of this article at the time, did you understand that the decision to repave was related to inconclusive test results?
No, that was not my understanding.
And registrar, if we can take those down. If you can call out the third line on image 3, starting with no one ever releases. So Mr. Moore was quoted as having said, no one ever releases that type of information because it's the first thing anybody would use in a lawsuit. Do you recall ever being told, was that something that was ever discussed with you?
No,
Okay, and do you recall any discussion with anyone at the city about this article, whether at this time or later in time?
no.
Okay, registrar, if we can take that call out down. And we can actually close this document. So the inquiry has received evidence indicating that discussions surrounding the use of hot in place recycling began for the RHVP began around November 2017 around a CTAA conference in Halifax that Dr. Yuzurowski and Mr. Moore attended. Is this timing consistent with your recollection?
Yes,
And did you attend this conference?
I did not.
Okay, and when did you first hear about the possibility of using hot in place recycling to resurface the RHVP?
So immediately after the return from CTAA, they started talking about a new technology, which was a hot in place, because as I mentioned, 2018 is when we were going out for this project, and it was brought to my attention that they want to look at another technology, and there were merits in looking at it. And this discussion happened roughly around November or so.
Okay, and when you say when they returned, who are you referring to?
So Mike Beck from my team was, I had approved his travel for CTAA, and upon his return and Gary's return as well, they were starting to discuss the new technology.
Okay, so it was your understanding that both Mr. Moore and Mr. Beck attended that conference?
Yes.
And at the time, were you familiar with hot in place recycling?
No, I was not.
Okay, and I take it you did not have an understanding of whether or not it could be used on SMA, is that correct?
I did not know.
Okay. And what do you recall about the initial discussions? Who provided you with information?
So hot in place technology was something that was being used in BC, and MTO was considering to do it as well. So these are the information that I was receiving from Mike Beck as well as Mr. Moore regarding the use of HIP. They also mentioned the pros and cons regarding that, which was that it is less costly, plus it was a quicker job. So they were hoping that both the northbound as well as the southbound sections can be done with the cost or lesser than what was originally budgeted for. So there was some pros towards using the HIP technology, as well as they were thinking about reusing the materials, which was another advantage that was being recommended for the HIP process.
Okay, and you mentioned that one of the advantages that was identified to you was that it could be done more quickly. Was it your understanding that both directions could be done in 1 year?
That was one of the considerations, yes. It can be done quicker, the replacement of the surface can be done quicker, less amount for letting before the it can be opened up for traffic.
And at this time, did you have a sense of whether that work was to be done in 2018 or 2019?
So I did have a concern by January that because it's a new technology, you need to identify what are the design mixes and so on. And as I mentioned, if I need to put out this kind of project, it has to be done by March of the year. Otherwise, it's too late to put out a tender and make sure that the construction can start early enough. So I was having a doubt whether it can be constructed in 2018.
Okay. And I think you told me earlier that typically by August of 2017, the scope would be finalized. So that the project could be tendered by March of 2018 and the work could be implemented that year. So this is now November 2017. For a project of this nature, was it unusual to still be considering the type of resurfacing at this stage?
Yes, it is. When I talked about the budget and the scope, the scope says road rehabilitation, so that's not changing. The methodology is changing, and that can still be done. So nothing changes from what was in the scope or the budget. What is changing is the methodology of how it is going to be done, or what is it cold in place, is it hot in place, what exactly, or shave and pave. How is it going to be done? The budget was done for shave and pave. So it was the highest cost that was put in the budget. So there was enough budget to cover for the works that needed to be done.
Okay, so you did not, it would not be unusual for changes regarding the details of the scope to be done after August, but before.
Right. This is a new technology, so definitely it had to be brought towards the council and get an approval as well, and look into how these things will be done. We do communicate with our contractors as well regarding the type of projects that we are doing, so that they are prepared and be ready for the tenders that are coming out. So if it's a new technology, it definitely needs more announcements and communication regarding that.
Okay, so around this time in November 2017, were you involved in any analysis or any testing or any work relating to the RHVP?
I am not 100% on whether we had done any sampling by then, because we were looking at dips and bumps on the Parkway as well. So if any analysis or any samples were taken related to that, I'm not sure. So I don't recollect the actual timing.
Okay, and Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, image 16. Okay, so paragraphs 34 and 35, there's an email chain between Mr. Andoga and Mr. Beck, and you aren't copied on this email, and we don't have any documents suggesting that it was provided to you, but there's some reference to core information and core samples for the RHVP. This, I can tell you, preceded the proposal from Boulder relating to testing that was ultimately done in December of 2017. Were you involved in any core sampling or test results in mid-November of 2017? Is this something that you were involved in?
Yeah, it is Mr. Beck who is requesting for the core sampling, and it is our usual practice for any of our resurfacing projects to take some core samples to identify the depth of the asphalt and things like that. So do more analysis to figure out how much depth of asphalt is available in a right of way, not just relying on the as-built drawings. That's an indication, but to continue with some core sampling or geotech investigation is what we do on all our projects.
But you personally, were you involved in any discussions on this, or was this something that Mr. Beck
No, I was not personally involved with any of this. I just make sure that the program is being delivered, as I mentioned before. So this is a day-to-day activity. I just make sure that the project is on the go and there are sufficient activities related to getting the project delivered.
Registrar, if we can go to image 20 of overview document 8. In late November 2017, Mr. Moore received a proposal from Golder for tests on the RHVP involving cores and including PSV, median texture depth, and British pendulum testing. And he circulated his response approving the proposal to a few city staff members, but only appeared to provide the proposal itself to Mr. Beck and Mr. Andoga. And I don't see that you were copied or provided a copy of that proposal at the time. Were you aware of this testing at the time and that the city had received the proposal?
Yeah. Yes, I was aware of the activities that were going on.
Okay. And what was your involvement or what was your recollection of that?
So these were samplings that needed to be undertaken to figure out what is the design mix that will be the design mix of the asphalt.
Okay, so your understanding was that it was related to the resurfacing?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall at this time if anyone indicated to you that there were any concerns regarding friction or safety on the RHVP?
No.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to image 41, please. So a few months later, on January 16th, 2018, you emailed Mr. Sadawi, who was the manager of asset management at the time, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Moore, and Mr. Beck, writing that the RHVP was committed for a January 24th tender. I'm stopping there for a moment. What did you mean by that? Registrar.
All right. So,
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, it's a big project and it cannot be delivered at the last minute. So March is the latest that I can go by for the tender of this kind of project. So by January, I still don't have a strategy. I don't have a design mix or specifications related to what is going to be done. So there is no way this project can be delivered for 2018 implementation. So I am raising a concern and doing my communication with the director levels as well as with the asset management. Mr. Sam Sidavi was the manager of asset management at the time, mentioning that there will be a delay. And I'm going to reallocate my staff member who was dedicated for this project onto another project, which was equally time sensitive because we were getting some funding from the province and that needed to be completed. So I was reallocating my resources to another time sensitive project, and this will not continue as of January.
Okay, so did missing the January 24th date that you indicated in your email, did that mean the project could not proceed that year or?
Yes. So I was indicating that way because I didn't have specification. I didn't have a strategy of the rehab. It was still being sampled and tested and more investigation needed to be done before a design mix can be put in place. So January 24th was the predicted timeline, but even if I had put together the tender by March, it would have still worked. But I'm indicating that there's no way we'll get to that point by then.
Okay. And was it your understanding of, regardless of whether the city opted to do hot in place recycling or a traditional shape and pave, was it your view that if it was not confirmed by January 24th, that it would need to be deferred?
Yes, because as I mentioned, MTO was one of the agencies from which I'll need a permit because the limit of my project is as far as QEW. So I need to do a lot of communication. I need to do a lot of coordination before this project can be out for tender. So there was no way by January, the date that I'm mentioning there, if I didn't have all that in place, there was no way I was confident that I can deliver this project.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had some concerns regarding the timing and ensuring that your resources were allocated. Did you have any concerns about the resurfacing project being deferred?
No, it was a very high profile in the sense it was a lot of dollars attached to that project. So at the end of the day, one of our KPI or key performance indicator is to make sure that we have delivered our projects on a timely fashion. So this was going to affect the KPI of the engineering services. Plus, I needed to reallocate my resources now that there are other factors that was affecting the delivery of the project.
Okay. But you didn't have any concerns regarding safety, or did you have an understanding of any urgency relating to the resurfacing?
I did not perceive there was any safety issues. Had I known that, I would not have allowed this investigation or delay in the project to happen.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm about to move on to a different topic, and I see that we are a few minutes away from our 11 o'clock break. Would you like me to start on to that topic, or would now be a good place to take a break?
This would be a good place to take our break, so we'll return at 11:15.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, image 69. You can call out paragraph 192 and the text that's indented. Thank you. Okay, so on February 28th, 2018, you received a calendar invite from Mr. Beck for a meeting scheduled, which is ultimately scheduled for March 9th, 2018. Other recipients of the calendar invite included Dr. Izarowski, Mr. Odie, Mr. Perusin, Mr. Andoga, Mr. Leon, Mr. Valla, and Mr. Renault. In the calendar invite, Mr. Beck made reference to a side discussion with Dr. Izarowski. We understand from others who have testified that this was a side discussion with Dr. Izarowski after a presentation he gave on February 23rd, 2018. Did you attend that presentation?
I don't recall that. I'm not sure which meeting is being referred to.
Okay. Do you recall having a side discussion with Dr. Izarowski?
No.
Mr. Beck also wrote, "It sounds like there will be some challenges with this approach that we need to discuss moving forward." At the time you got this calendar invite, so February 28th, 2018, were you previously aware of the possible challenges Mr. Beck referred to? Or was this?
No, I wasn't aware of any challenges.
Registrar, if we can close this call out. And if we can also call up image 70. Thank you. So on March 1st, 2018, Dr. Izarowski responded to Mr. Beck's calendar invite. And to be clear, you're not copied on Dr. Izarowski's response, but I'd like to review it, and I'll ask you some questions about the information you had at the time. So Registrar, if we can just call out paragraph 193, it finishes at the top of page 70. And Ms. Jacob, I just asked that you review the indented text underneath paragraph 193 and let me know once you've read it.
Yeah, I tried.
So around the time of this email, were you aware that Mr. Wiley, Dr. Izarowski's contact regarding hot in place recycling had expressed that hot in place recycling of SMA was perhaps not feasible?
Not at this time.
Were you aware that MTO guidelines do not allow hot in place recycling of SMA?
Not at this time.
Okay, Registrar, we can take those call outs down, and if we can go to overview document 8, image 75. So the meeting was ultimately scheduled for March 9th, 2018. Do you recall attending this meeting?
Yes, I do.
Who else attended the meeting?
I'll pick from my memory to explain who I remember was there. Mike Beck, Sharat Wala, Marco Odi, myself, probably Claudio Leon. Again, I am not 100% on all the people. Gary Moore. I'm not sure whether Rick Andoga was there at that meeting. There's a possibility.
Okay. And from the invite that I showed you a moment ago, that included Dr. Izarowski, Mr. Odie, Mr. Perusin, Mr. Andoga, Mr. Leon, Mr. Vala, and Mr. Renault. Other than Mr. Andoga, who I think you mentioned you weren't sure if he attended, do you recall if the others attended that meeting?
All the names that you read out are possibly attending. I remember many of them being at attendance. Sharad for sure, Mike Beck for sure, Gary Moore, Dr. Ostrowski, Claudio Leon, I think, was there as well.
Okay.
Mr. Odie too. Not sure about Dennis Perusin.
Thank you. And did you do anything to prepare for this meeting? Did you have any discussions with anyone?
No, I was more there to understand what were the challenges of HIR.
Okay. And did you take any notes from this meeting?
I don't recollect any notes. May have, I don't remember.
And did you attend the entirety of this meeting?
The meeting was called to discuss the suitability of HIR. I did attend that piece for sure. And yeah, there were side discussions as usual, and that I didn't attend.
Okay, so is it your evidence that you attended kind of the scheduled portion of the meeting, but that others remained and had a discussion, and that part you did not attend? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall if anyone left before the scheduled portion concluded?
The discussion regarding HIR was the main focus, for which I remember everyone was in presence. I don't recollect anyone leaving before that scheduled portion.
And in terms of the side discussion that you referred to, do you recall, before you left, did anyone else leave before that discussion?
Mr. Moore had left the room before me.
Okay. So sometime after the scheduled portion relating to hot place recycling, but before you left, Mr. Moore left.
Yes.
Okay. So in a moment, I'll take you through some notes that others took at the meeting in case it helps refresh your memory. But before then, what do you recall about the tone of the meeting?
So the meeting started off with the information that Dr. Ostrowski had regarding the challenges of the HIR. As I mentioned, 2018 project is what we were hoping to deliver, and we were holding back to continue with this investigation. So to note that HIR is not feasible, it was difficult information to handle for some of the members. So it was a rather heated discussion to understand why it cannot be done, even though MTO is mentioning that SMA is not suitable. Why can it not be tested out? So that was the additional step that was being requested of Dr. Ostrowski.
Okay, so a few things on that. Do you recall Dr. Ostrowski saying it was not feasible at this meeting? That hot in place recycling was not feasible for the Red Hill?
The earlier information, the way Dr. Ostrowski had emailed Mr. Beck that you showed me, is the information that he was presenting at the meeting as well. He mentioned that he had talked to Mr. Pat Wiley, and Mr. Pat Wiley has never done that previously. And he also mentioned that MTO does not allow SMA for HIR methodology. So that's the information he was providing.
Okay. You also said that the information that on-place recycling may not be feasible was difficult information to handle for some of the members. Who were you referring to?
The engineering services team in general was a little shocked by receiving that information at that meeting. When I say engineering services, that includes me because this project was delayed by this time in the hope that HIR is the best methodology and to understand it may run into delays was difficult information.
You also said that the meeting was heated. Was anyone yelling at the meeting?
No one was yelling. It was more loud voice, definitely, but no yelling.
Okay, and the loud voices, did you perceive that to be angry?
More than angry, I would say disappointment.
Okay. And who do you recall conveying their disappointment?
Mr. Moore wanted Dr. Ostrowski to look into what is the beneficiating mix that can be utilized to make HIR happen for Red Hill Valley.
Okay. And was Mr. Moore the loud voice or one of the loud voices that you recall that you referred to?
Yes.
Who spoke primarily at this meeting?
Can you repeat that? I didn't understand.
Sorry, who at the meeting spoke primarily?
Dr. Ostrowski definitely was the one who was conveying the message, and followed by Mr. Moore, who wanted to know why it cannot be looked into further.
Okay, and did you speak at this meeting? Do you recall what you contributed in terms of?
I was not contributing because this was a new technology for me. So I was listening into the recommendations that was coming in from the consultant.
So Dr. Uzarowski testified that he presented the results from the 2017 boulder pavement evaluation and the testing done on December 6th to 7th, 2017 at the meeting. Registrar, if we can go to image 72 and 73 first. Do you recall any discussion of the results from that testing, including any discussion of British pendulum testing results, measured texture depth results, or PSV results?
I don't recall, as I mentioned earlier, in November, December timing, they were still doing the testing. I had not seen any results from that testing. So I don't recall this being discussed in particular.
Okay, so you hadn't seen any results and you don't recall one way or the other whether it was discussed. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't recollect.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Uzarowski stating that the British pendulum, that he considered the British pendulum numbers to be unreliable because of weather conditions? Is that something that you recall?
I don't in particular about those details, no.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to image 76, please. So this is a transcription of some notes Mr. Beck prepared, handwritten notes Mr. Beck prepared during the March 9th meeting. And I'll also call up some notes from Dr. Uzarowski, and to avoid some duplication, I'll ask you some questions in context of both notes in a moment. But first, looking at these notes, Registrar, if we can call out the indented text itself under paragraph 207, thank you. Do you recall any discussion of friction or friction numbers at this meeting?
I don't recall friction being discussed.
Okay, so there's two notes here that reference friction. So friction number / weaker surface afterwards, and then a bit further down, concern with friction numbers. Does that assist with your recollection? Are those notes meaningful to you at all, recognizing that they are not your notes?
That's not my notes, and I don't recollect friction number being discussed at that meeting. It could be after I left, after the HIR discussion.
And Registrar, if we can go to, we can close this call out, and if you can call up side by side image 75 and image 78. Okay, so on the left-hand side of paragraph 206, there's a transcribed entry from Dr. Uzarowski's notebook that's dated March 9th, 2018. And then the document on the right is an email he sent internally to his colleagues at Boulder just over a week later on March 14th, 2018. So again, to confirm, I recognize that these are not your notes and that you're not copied on that email, but I'd like to walk you through in case they're helpful in refreshing your memory. Do you recall being told that hot in place recycling on SMA would have to be approached with caution?
Yes, at that meeting, that was the discussion as one of the challenges.
And just to make sure I understand correctly, was it at this meeting that you first learned of the nature of the challenges or concerns that Dr. Uzarowski had?
Yes. In the invitation to the meeting, Mike had already mentioned there were some challenges. He did not go into the details of what challenges.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can call out at paragraph 214, the last two paragraphs, so starting with frictional characteristics. I think I understand your evidence to be that you don't recall any discussion regarding friction or frictional characteristics at the meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't recall the discussion regarding frictional characteristics.
Do you recall Dr. Uzarowski using the name trade wind or referring to trade wind?
I don't recall.
Do you recall discussing microsurfacing at this meeting?
Microsurfacing was briefly brought up. Yes.
Okay, and brought up by who?
By Dr. Ostrowski.
And what do you recall about what he discussed regarding microsurfacing?
He mentioned microsurfacing can be undertaken after, I think it was before, or I think he mentioned after the HIR was done, a microsurfacing can be undertaken.
Okay, so this was something you recall discussions regarding microsurfacing to be applied after the hot in place recycling, but not before?
I don't recollect exactly before or after, but there was a discussion of microsurfacing.
Okay. And did you understand Dr. Uzarowski to be recommending microsurfacing?
I didn't understand why he was recommending or that he was recommending microsurfacing because my understanding was we were looking at HIR because of its pros. And now he was saying it's not feasible. But other than that, why microsurfacing? I wasn't very clear on that.
Were you familiar with microsurfacing at this time?
Yes.
So in this call out, Dr. Yuzarewski noted that Mr. Moore rejected the idea of applying microsurfacing after hot in place recycling. Do you recall Mr. Moore rejecting anything with respect to microsurfacing?
See, I don't recollect anyone rejecting the idea, but it was more related to HIR that the discussions were around.
Okay, do you recall how anyone responded to microsurfacing, anyone at the city?
I'm going to assume here because it did not move forward.
But you don't have any recollection
Of who
of
said
how anyone responded
Yeah.
at all? Okay. So in the same call out, do you recall Dr. Yuzarewski saying anything along the lines of, I then recommended using skidabrator or shot blasting, at least the worst areas indicated in the Tradewind scientific report to improve friction of the current surface if they delay resurfacing?
I don't recollect that. As I mentioned, after the HIR discussions, I had briefly left and I was not participating in this discussion at that point.
So during the portion that you attended, you don't recall discussion of recommendations for treatment before resurfacing?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge, had any interim measures been recommended before this meeting? Is this something you were aware of?
No.
In your view, who at the city would have been responsible for making a decision for such a recommendation, if it was made?
Yeah, it does have an impact on the cost and definitely on the budget. So it would have been a director of engineering services decision. Plus, it needed a lot of communication if that was being decided.
Okay. And Dr. Zurewski testified that he was told at this meeting that the city could not implement any interim measures prior to resurfacing because that would confirm that there was a problem with the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the public would blame the city. Do you recall anything similar being said at the meeting?
No.
Okay. And Dr. Yuzarewski testified that he thought it was Mr. Odie who made that comment at this meeting. Do you recall Mr. Odie saying anything similar to that?
As I said, I had already left the meeting just immediately after HIR discussions happened. I did not participate in this frictional characteristic section that you're talking about.
Sure. And when you say you had already left,
I'd taken a washroom break. And when I came back, I did see that people were still continuing with side discussions and which I did not participate or was in the room for that.
so you did not rejoin the meeting after you left. And did you understand from anyone who was part of that discussion, were you informed of what was discussed after you left following the meeting? Did anyone report back?
No.
And do you recall Mr. Odie rejecting any suggestions Dr. Yuzarewski made during the meeting?
No, Marco, Mr. Odie was also very loud, but other than that, I don't recollect whether he was rejecting any idea or not.
You say Mr. Odie was also very loud. Do you recall what topics or do you recall what he was discussing, what his involvement was at this meeting?
No, I don't recollect exactly what item he was being loud about.
Dr. Zarowski also testified that he thought Mr. Beck might have confirmed the statements made by Mr. Odie. Do you recall Mr. Beck's contributions to this meeting at all?
No, not at this point. HIR definitely, he had brought the meeting together. So maybe in the earlier portion when he was discussing how to move forward and taking the samples and so on.
Was Mr. Beck one of the loud voices that you described?
No.
Did Dr. Zarowski or anyone at Golder ever raise any concerns relating to safety at this meeting or prior to this meeting?
No.
Did he or anyone at Golder ever raise concerns regarding safety of the RHVP with you?
No. Had I heard about safety and HIR not a possibility, that would have been a different take on it.
Okay, but to confirm, you did not have that information. You did not have any information with respect to safety at this time?
No, there was no safety concerns raised before or after or at this meeting.
Do you, after the meeting, do you recall having any discussions regarding the meeting with anyone in your group or in engineering services more broadly?
The discussion was to continue with the HIR possibility. So Mike Beck was continuing with Dr. Zarowski taking samples to identify what would the design mix be. So that was a conversation we were having as a move forward action item.
Okay, and I think I have your answer on this, but just to be sure, after the meeting, did anyone discuss implementing skid abrading, shot blasting, or any other remedial measures pending resurfacing?
No.
Okay, and did you have any discussions with anyone regarding whether the city wanted to continue to pursue hot in place recycling?
Horton Place was given the comments regarding its pros. And since we were past the time for resurfacing, as I mentioned, to put out a tender, there was no harm in checking what makes it happen. So I was also under the impression that we should follow up on that and see what takes and what beneficiating mix is needed to make HIR happen. So that was the instruction given at that meeting when everyone walked away from it.
When you say instruction given at the meeting, who gave that instruction?
Mr. Moore.
Okay, and from this meeting, did you get the sense that resurfacing was urgent?
No.
And following the meeting, what were the next steps from your perspective or on your plate regarding RHVP resurfacing?
HIR was still the methodology that we were pursuing. Mr. Beck was working closely or was required to work closely with Dr. Zarowski so that we can identify how to move forward. So sampling of the sampling from Red Hill Valley at the appropriate locations, making sure that they're working together to identify the specification for the tender document, was the action item to move forward after this meeting.
Registrar, we can take this document down. So after the March 9th, 2018 meeting, when did you next become actively involved in the RHVP resurfacing project?
I don't recollect the chain of events. You could help me refresh my memory with any emails or anything that you have.
Sure, I'll take you to a document. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, page 90. So at paragraph 249, there's an email that you were copied on from April 25th, 2018, regarding the installation of cat-size reflectors on the RHVP. And in the email, Mr. Beck refers to a project coordination meeting that occurred that day. Do you recall if prior to April 25th, 2018, you were actively involved in discussions or any work regarding resurfacing? Or was this this project coordination meeting, the next touch point for you on the project?
So project coordination is something that we do on a monthly basis. Engineering services does the lead of that. And that's a point of communicating to quite a large number of stakeholders where information regarding the projects are given. I'm not sure after the March 9th meeting whether there was a meeting in March where we communicated to the stakeholders. April 25th meeting, this one I clearly remember this project coordination. Once more, there was I think it was traffic who said they are going to install the cat eyes along the Red Hill Valley, given that the shave and pave is being delayed.
Okay. And in Mr. Beck's email, he wrote, "We opted to defer the works to 2019. Do you know who he was referring to in writing we? Who do you consider to have made that decision?
I guess we is engineering services.
Okay, and was there any individual who made the decision to defer to 2019?
Well, as I mentioned, it was no more a possibility to deliver that project in 2018. And I've been communicating that from January onwards. So who physically did that decision-making? I could not deliver any by January. I've mentioned that. So there is no evidence per se as to who had made the decision to move on. I was bringing it to the attention of the current director and even Mr. McGuire, who was acting as well.
Okay, so in your view, is it less of an active decision, but more that a decision had not been made in time to proceed in 2018? Am I understanding that right?
In January, I communicate that whether it was taken to the higher levels, to my directors. But from there, had anyone taken it further and communicated with the council and so on? Probably not, but they could have been as well, which I'm not aware of. But at these coordination meetings, I'm bringing that to the attention of the stakeholders that there is a delay, cannot be delivered in 2018.
Okay. Mr. Beck also wrote, "I understand that there is perceived safety concerns on the RHVP." Do you know what concerns Mr. Beck was referring to?
Lighting was one of the concerns that was broadly understood. There were discussions regarding lighting along Red Hill Valley. Mr. McGuire had street lighting in his group at the time, and he was tasked to look into the lighting options.
Okay. And did you have any substantial involvement in projects relating to lighting on the RHVP?
No.
And so by this time, this is late April 2018, I understand the city had definitively decided not to begin repaving until 2019. Did anyone raise any of the concerns, about that delay?
No.
And at this time, what was your involvement in the resurfacing project?
So the program delivery is still within my portfolio. So Red Hill Valley, whether delivered or not, it's still sitting in the designs work plan. So that's my involvement to make sure that if 2018 is not happening, which I communicated, I am on the track for 2019 delivery.
And registrar, we can take that document down. So the city received the proposal for what we refer to as the Hot in Place Recycling Suitability Study from Golder on June 6th, 2018. It's my understanding that there was some delay in receiving Golder's proposal that was at least in part related to some contractual issues being sorted out between the city and Golder. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And the purpose of the Hot in Place Recycling Suitability Study, was that to determine if it was feasible or suitable to use hot in place recycling to resurface the pavement of the RHVP?
Yes.
So proceeding with this study did not mean that the city had made a determination regarding what resurfacing method to use, but was deciding to continue investigating whether it was possible. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at the time the city received this proposal, so this is June 2018, it remained possible that the city would still proceed with a traditional shave and pave should Golder determine that hot in place recycling was not feasible. Is that your understanding?
That's right.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9A at image 27. Can you also include image 28, please? Okay. So Mr. Beck provided Mr. McGuire, copying you, an update on hot in place recycling on June 27th, 2018. So this is June 2018, and Golder is just beginning a project that will determine if hot in place recycling is a suitable option. Did you or anyone consider whether, given the timing, it would be best to proceed with a shave and pave? I know there's some discussion later in the chronology, but at this time, had those discussions started?
No.
And registrar, if we can go to image 36. Okay, so this is a few weeks later on July 19th, 2018. This Spectator published an article relating to the resurfacing of the RHVP and asphalt testing. And I understand that Mr. McGuire was interviewed for the article and was quoted. At this time, were you aware of that interview?
I may have been not fully
Specific.
involved in it.
Okay. And Did you read this article when it was published?
No,
Okay. Do you recall that there had been an article published relating to resurfacing, even if you had not read this article specifically?
I knew that Mr. McGuire was being interviewed by Spectator, but I didn't read it. I didn't quite know. And yeah, he would have mentioned about the timing of the project because I was keeping him informed and he had already received the email from Mr. Beck as well.
Okay. So there are references to inconclusive test results throughout the article. Even if you did not at this time read this article, did you have any discussions regarding any inconclusive test results at this time? Is that something you were aware of?
No,
And had you ever received any asphalt or friction testing results at this time?
no.
Okay. Registrar, if we can call out the paragraph, it's the fourth from the bottom, I believe, beginning with in December 2015. So I asked you earlier in context of the 2017 article that included similar content, but now at this time in 2018, were you aware of any connection between the decision to resurface and any prior inconsistent or inconclusive test results that the city?
No,
I understand, unlike with a traditional shape and pave, hot and place recycling incorporates some of the existing material into the mix. Is that right?
yes.
So would it have been helpful or would you have considered it important to get all test results and information relating to the existing material?
Yes, and that's the reason why we wanted to know, or we engaged Dr. Srowski so that we can understand what's a beneficiating mix. And also taking samples from the Red Hill Valley Parkway was one of the reasons why we went through that effort of picking the samples.
Okay, and I understand that it's your evidence that you were not aware of the Golder or Tradewind report at this time.
Yes, I was not aware.
Okay, and would it have been helpful to your work to have received prior test results or analysis relating to the RHVP?
Not in particular when the surface is being replaced with a new surface.
But recognizing that some of the material from that existing surface would be used, in that context, would it have been helpful to get those results? Would that have been something you would have considered as part of your work?
So Dr. Ostrowski was giving the direction to take the samples so that we can understand whether it can be reused. So I'm not an expert in design mix, and that's where we are relying on the consultant to give me direction.
And would you have expected someone, if not you, but someone involved in the hot and place recycling project to be considering prior data relating to the Red Hill?
When you talk about prior data, the sample is the best case that we can do.
Right.
Pick up the sample from the site so that we can determine, or the consultants, when I say we, it is a consultant who is working on our behalf to make a determination how to move forward.
I think what I'm trying to understand is whether information in either the Golder report or the Tradewind report, if you had known about them at the time, if there's anything that would have been of use in context of the hot in place recycling project?
So I get to see the report later in September. So
Right.
we can talk about that. September is when I know about it. When I'm reading that and reviewing it, I did not see any safety concern. As I mentioned in the March meeting, I did not hear about any safety concern. The only difference that it would have made if there was a safety concern and it was brought up and there was a timing related to it as an action, it would have helped me to make a determination whether I should wait for a HIR, or when I say I, it is city should be waiting to do all this investigation of a new technology or move forward.
Okay.
So there was no safety concerns as I understand, even at this stage in July of 2018.
Okay. And registrar, we can close that call out. And after July 19th, 2018, do you recall speaking to Mr. McGuire either about the interview or the article?
No.
And I understand that samples were removed from the RHVP in July and August 2018 relating to the hot in place recycling suitability study. Were you actively involved in that work at the time?
Mr. Beck was working closely with Mr. Rob Marcus in traffic operations and with Dr. Usrowski's consulting team to locate the best location for the sample, how it will be taken out. There will be a communication through media to advise that there will be lane closures where they're taking out these samples and things like that. So I was in the know of the proceedings of how it was being undertaken.
Okay. And registrar, if we can go to page 41. So around the same time as the article that we were just referring to, on July 17th, 2018, Mr. McGuire was contacted by staff in the city's legal department regarding a claim made against the city following a collision in February 2017. And the claim involved several allegations relating to the design and condition of the roadway. And Ms. Orgera, the law clerk who emailed Mr. McGuire, advised that the city was completing its affidavit of documents and to determine the appropriate city representative to be examined for discovery. And registrar, if we can open page or image 42 as well. So Mr. McGuire replied the same day and directed Ms. Orgera to contact you or Mr. McCafferty for matters relating to RHVP design elements. To your knowledge, why would Mr. McGuire direct legal services to you or Mr. McCafferty?
He was directing possibly to me as the manager of design, because the word design is what they were looking into. Mr. McCafferty was in the special projects office in the past. So he was being referred to as well. This once again, my assumption of why Mr. McGuire would have sent it our way.
Thank you. And when you say Mr. McCafferty was part of the special projects office, that's the special projects office responsible for the construction? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And registrar, if you could take us to the underlying document referenced in the paragraph. It's HAM 61980. So approximately a week later, you were contacted by Ms. Delry, trying to arrange a meeting between you, Mr. McCafferty, and Ms. Orgera on July 25th, 2018. And you responded advising that you were on vacation. Did you ever have any discussions regarding the condition of the RHVP surface or friction in context of this claim?
No.
And did you ever identify any documents to be included in the city's affidavit of documents?
No.
Okay, Registrar, we can close this.
I don't recall any follow-up on that particular email.
Thank you. Registrar, if we can go to HAM 27208. So this is moving forward about just over a month in time to August 24th, 2018. And Mr. McGuire sent an email to you and others regarding a value for money audit being undertaken by Audit Services. I'll just give you a moment to review that email.
Can you make it a little bit bigger?
Sure, Registrar, if you can call out from hi all to please review and comment as required. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you. And were you aware of the value for money audit prior to receiving this email?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of it?
The audit had contacted me directly, and I had at least one interview with the auditor before receiving this email.
Okay, and at that time, what did you understand the scope of the audit to be?
The audit was looking at the processes, how we were making decisions. So I did explain to them how a rehab strategy or who makes those decisions and all that. So I was speaking on behalf of engineering services workflow as to how decisions are made and how projects become project for implementation.
Okay, and did you understand the scope to be specifically related to the RHVP at this time,
No,
or just generally the city's processes?
it was general.
Okay. Okay, and prior to this email and prior to your discussions with audit, had you had any experience with audit services? Had you been involved in other audits?
No.
So we've received documents indicating that Mr. McGuire and Mr. Sharma appeared to be primarily involved in responding to this value for money audit. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role regarding this audit?
So Mr. Sharma and Mr. McGuire were putting together the documents related to what is required for audit. But we had a joint meeting with audit services as well, Mr. Charles Brown, as well as Mr. Dominic Pellegrini. They visited the office and we had a meeting with them, along with all the documents that were submitted or collected by Mr. Sharma for them.
Okay. And I'm happy to take you to the documents if it's helpful, but you are listed as an attendee at meetings with the auditor on September 21st, 2018 and December 12th, 2018. Do you recall attending those meetings?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your role at those meetings?
As I mentioned, again, there were questions regarding processes, how we make those decisions and things like that. How is an asphalt mix being determined on a particular job? Many questions like that. So clarification to the processes and the procedures that we follow within design and engineering services is what I was clarifying at that meeting.
And I'm going to come to some questions in the September 2018 period relating to the trade wind report and your involvement and review of that report in a moment. But do you recall in context of the audit specifically, whether you provided the trade wind report to the auditor?
No,
Okay, and was it your responsibility to provide relevant documents to the auditor?
what's the date that we are discussing?
I'm speaking more generally. Was it your role as part of the audit to identify relevant documents, or was that someone else who was identifying relevant documents?
So again, I did not see the reports until September 26th of 2018. So I did not have it to start off. Plus, Mr. Sharma was pulling together all the relevant documentation to be handing it over to audit. So that was in my role to pull the information together for the audit.
Okay. And moving forward in time, just for a moment, specifically relating to the auditor. So we know that the auditor was provided with a redacted copy of the trade wind report in November 2018. And did you have any involvement in either the decision to provide a redacted report?
I wasn't even aware that something was redacted.
Okay. Okay, so you didn't yourself redact the report or provide a redacted report. You had no knowledge of that. Is that correct?
No.
And do you recall being involved in any discussions after September 26th, but before February 6th, 2019, when the report is disclosed to the public that involved friction testing?
If you want me to go through the chronology of how things happened, I can do that.
Sure. Why don't I'll go through the chronology and I'll ask you a bit more about your discussions with the auditor when we get there in time. Okay, Registrar, if we can go to image 57 of overview document 9A, please. We also open image 58. And if you can call out paragraph 138, which starts on 57 and ends on 58, please. On August 27th, 2018, Mr. Beck received a copy of the trade wind report from Dr. Izarowski, who copied Dr. Henderson, and wrote, as requested, please find attached the 2014 report on friction on our HVP in the link prepared by Tradewind Scientific. So I note that you're not copied on this email, but were you aware at this time or shortly thereafter that Mr. Beck received the Tradewind report?
I did not. I was not aware of this.
Okay.
Mr. Beck was working closely with Dr. Ostrowski and Dr. Henderson, and they were taking the samples from the site and moving forward. So maybe it's a day-to-day discussion which led to this, but I was not aware of the report.
Okay, so you're not specifically aware of why it was sent?
Yeah, I was not aware.
Okay. And do you recall at this time if you had any discussions with Mr. Beck about friction testing?
No.
And I understand from what you've said earlier that you were not aware of the Tradewind report at this time. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was not aware.
When did Mr. Beck first tell you that he had received a copy of the Tradewind report from Golder?
So on September 26th, Mr. McGuire comes to my office around 5 o'clock or so, and he shows me a copy of the Tradewind report. and asked me whether I was aware of this. And I said I was not. And he gave me that hard copy and he went back to his office. I quickly read through it and I went back and gave it back to him because I understood that it was his only copy. After having done that, the following morning, I went to his office and I borrowed the reports that he had in his hand, which was trade wind report and a Golder report from 2014, as well as a presentation or report that Mr. Ferguson was doing for the council, I guess. I don't recollect what it was, but there were 3 documents that I borrowed from Mr. McGuire. I made copies and I summarized what I found in those reports for him and I sent it back to Mr. McGuire as an email.
Okay. And
so your question was regarding when did I know about Mr. Beck's?
Right. Was it before your discussion with Mr. McGuire or sometime after?
It was after, because I went over to Mr. Beck and I was creating a chronology a little later. And I asked Mr. Beck, please put all the correspondences related to this project in the project wise, which is a correspondence folder, which is a project folder where it is accessible for everyone. So I asked him to put it in there, and that's when I heard about trade wind report was received by Mr. Beck in August. I did not know about it until then.
Okay. I think we will come to that chronology, so I may have a few additional questions on that in a few moments. Registrar, if we can go to image 50 or just image 58, you can close 57. Sorry, if you can go to image, thank you. If you can call out paragraph 141. So this is a few days after Mr. Beck received the trade wind report, and Mr. McGuire emailed you and Mr. Beck regarding the status of hot and place recycling and RHVP resurfacing. In the first email, Mr. McGuire wrote, should we meet on this as it's a high priority project for the department? What did you understand Mr. McGuire to mean by high priority project?
As I mentioned, I think I used that word as well in the past and or maybe later on as well. High priority was because it was about $10 million worth of project and it has a lot of implication regarding the coordination with MTO and having to advise the councillors, and many stakeholders are involved in this particular project. So it was a high profile for engineering services regarding its implementation and making sure that the communication has happened appropriately, including the external stakeholders like contractors, because it's a big project that they would be interested in bidding. So definitely it was a high profile.
And did you understand high priority to mean anything in terms of urgency?
No, I did not.
And you answered Mr. McGuire, providing some information relating to the MTO contract. Was this information you received from Mr. Beck, or had you had any contact from Golder directly?
It was primarily my talks with Mr. Beck to see how it was progressing regarding the HIR sampling and how the design mix was coming along. I kept an eye on this just to make sure that we are on track for the 2019 delivery of the project. Mr. Beck had also requested whether he could visit the MTO site, which is in Thunder Bay. So he was having discussions with MTO representatives to see how that project was going on. and he had requested approval from me for visiting the site and seeing the operations.
At this time, so the end of August 2018, was it your expectation that the project was still on track to be delivered in 2019?
Yes.
So Mr. McGuire responded, should we consider just going with a conventional paving method? Did you think that the city should consider this at this time?
Yes. I personally thought it was time that we re-looked at the shave and pave, because the original meeting was in March. It took until June to get a proposal from Boulder. The sampling was happening after. I didn't see a good progress on this HIR methodology, and I did not want to lose time anymore in a major project like this.
Okay. And ultimately, who would be making the decision as to whether the city would proceed with hot in place or do a traditional shave and pave?
If it was a hot in place methodology that we were continuing to use, then it had to go to council for approval. As I mentioned in my email here, that was not a technology that the local contractors were familiar with. And you can see some of the challenges that is mentioned also in my email. So for that particular factor, we should have gone to the council, and that would have been a decision or a report through the engineering services director, which would be Mr. McGuire. Also, if HIR had all the pros and could have been done, it is a big saving for the city, and to forego that would be beyond me to make that decision. So definitely this conversations with Mr. McGuire is to suggest what's our move forward position.
Okay. And from your perspective, and there are some documents later in time that I will ask you about, but from your recollection, when was the decision made to proceed with a traditional shave and pave?
So later on, I'm preparing some chronology of events, and this is the first email that I could find where there was some positive direction from the director level to relook at the conventional paving method. So I had put down August 30th as the decision day, but obviously we did not get back to Golder saying that we are not considering HIR anymore. But the wheels of looking at conventional paving method starts rolling as of this date.
Okay, so as of August 30th, you started looking into a traditional shave and pave in addition.
Yes.
Okay. And I understand from your answer a few moments ago that Mr. Beck at this time did not advise you regarding the Tradewin report. Is that correct?
No, not at this stage.
And he's included on this email exchange as well. Would you have expected him to provide that information at this time?
Yes. So as I mentioned, he was doing the day-to-day. So I was not aware of the discussions or emails that was coming to his office. I requested later on when I was putting the chronology together that it has to be in one location where it's easily accessible by himself, myself, and maybe the project manager I was going to dedicate on this project.
And Registrar, if we can go to the next image, so image 59. And can you call up paragraph 142, please? Okay, so this is again on August 30th. Mr. McGuire emailed you and others in engineering services under the subject line RHVP road material testing and reports. I'll give you a moment to review the email.
Yeah.
Did you previously had any discussions with Mr. McGuire or anyone in Public Works about asphalt testing reports regarding the RHVP?
No. So when you say later that afternoon, this after August 30th?
This is still August 30th, yes.
Okay, no.
And did you discuss this email with Mr. McGuire or Mr. Beck or the others who were included on this email?
No, I didn't.
What was your understanding of why Mr. McGuire was looking for this information?
I wouldn't know. He says prior to asking Gary. No, I'm sorry, I wouldn't know why he said that.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to image 61. And if we can actually have 61 and 62, please. So this is still on August 30th, 2018. Later that day, Mr. McGuire forwarded an email originally from Dr. Uzarowski to Mr. Moore from January 2014. And on August 30th, 2018, he forwarded that email to Mr. Malone at SEMA. The email provided summary information of friction testing conducted by the MTO in 2007 and Tradewind in 2013, and attached results from the MTO testing, as well as an article on early age friction. To confirm, you're not copied on Mr. McGuire's email from Mr. Malone, to Mr. Malone rather. Did Mr. McGuire tell you that he was providing this information to Mr. Malone?
No.
Did he provide you with this information?
No.
So Mr. McGuire's email to Mr. Malone was sent on August 30th, 2018 at 7:11 p.m. The city has also produced a copy of the Tradewind report that was attached to an email from Dr. Uzarowski to Mr. Moore in December 2015, which we understand to be saved in the director's office folder within ProjectWise. And when you view that email in its native format, there's metadata or information that indicates that the email was forwarded on August 30th, 2018. We have not received a copy of an email attaching the Tradewind report from that date and time. So we don't know who the recipient and sender, if anyone, was. We only have that fragment of information indicating it was forwarded. So with all of that context, did you send or receive an email attaching the Tradewind report on August 30th, 2018?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And Registrar, if you can just call up image 62 and 63, sorry. That is the screen capture of the email I was referring to. Did you have access to the director's office folder at this time?
Not at that time.
Okay. And did anyone ever tell you later in time that they sent or received such an email on August 30th?
No.
Registrar, we can close that. And if we can go to HAM 35480. Okay. So on September 11th, 2018, Mr. McGuire forwarded an email he received that morning from Mr. Beck. And Mr. Beck in his email wrote that he was speaking to Dr. Uzarowski last week, and he sent it to me then. Mr. McGuire forwarded this email to you, writing as discussed. Do you recall having a discussion with Mr. McGuire regarding this email?
Discuss Ashford audit, speaking to the mayor. No. I don't recollect this discussion. Asphalt audit and Mr. McGuire was working closely with Mr. Beck on several documents. But I am not aware of this, of any reports that Mr. Beck was sharing with Mr. McGuire.
Okay, so when Mr. Beck wrote, I was speaking to Ludimir last week and he sent it to me then. You don't know what it refers to?
No, I don't.
Okay, and do you recall, even if you don't have a recollection of the content of that meeting, do you know if you did meet with Mr. McGuire? He wrote as discussed. Do you recall?
Yeah, I cannot recollect what this discussion was. I know that the audit was going on, so I would have thought it's about that. I don't recollect him talking about any reports or it, as you mentioned there. I don't recollect the details.
Okay, and Mr. Beck testified that he believes that he was referring to the Tradewind report, but was not sure if he explicitly told Mr. McGuire that that was what he was referring to. Were you aware that this was referencing the Tradewind report, or I think I understand that you weren't aware of the report at this time? Okay. Okay, and we can close this document registrar, please. Various documents produced to the inquiry indicate that Mr. McGuire opened the Tradewind report on September 26th, 2018. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That's when he came to me with it. And the impression that I had was he just found it.
Okay. But he did not provide you explicitly with any information as to when he found it, to your recollection?
He didn't say where he found it or when he found it. He brought that copy to my office at 5 o'clock and asked me, have you ever seen this? And I had never seen it. So I said no. So he gave it to me, the hard copy, and said, this is my only copy. So he gave it to me. Whether he found it electronically or hard copy, I had no clue at the time. So I gave it back to him after reading through it quickly. So it didn't take a whole lot of time for that. And again, it was, I remember, a Tradewind report alone, which he showed me on September 26th.
Okay, so the hard copy that he showed to you was just the Tradewind report. It was not the Tradewind report as part of the larger Golder report. Is that right?
No, it was just the Tradewind report. It was a quick read, and I took it back to his office.
Okay, and what did he tell you about how he found it, or where or when? Did he give you any details regarding that context?
He wasn't specific about any of that.
Did he mention if he was looking for reports at that time?
No. He had just gotten into Mr. Moore's office. So I don't know exactly, was it 2 weeks, 3 weeks when he got into the new office. So it must have been going through the boxes. I don't know. So I didn't ask, he didn't tell. So again, I wouldn't know how he got it.
Okay. And what do you recall about Mr. McGuire's response to finding the reports?
He looked surprised when he found, or when I met with him. He was a little disturbed as well when he met with me on September 26th.
And what do you mean by that?
That he found something that was important and he had stumbled upon it.
And did you understand at the time, or did he tell you anything about whether or not it had been presented to council or shared kind of broadly within the group? Did you have an understanding of whether or not anyone else was aware of that report as of September 26th?
No, our understanding, I mean, the way he told me was that Gary had done this report along with Golder. That's about it. Whether it was shared or whether it was not shared was not something that he mentioned.
Okay, and you mentioned that he was surprised and disturbed when you met with him. Did you understand? I'm trying to understand what he was disturbed about, using your words, if you had a sense of that at the time.
So my understanding was he was surprised that there was a report and no one in engineering was aware of it. When I say no one, that's the impression that he gave me, that it was not a common knowledge.
Okay. And so I understand you borrowed the hard copy report from Mr. McGuire that evening, and you read it and then returned it that evening to Mr. McGuire. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any discussions after you read the report that evening?
I myself was surprised of the existence of a report, but I did not feel that it was not referring to any provincial standards, any Ontario standards. So I, in my own mind, was not able to make out what this report meant. So that was my impression back to Mr. McGuire.
Okay, so you had when you returned the report, you had a discussion with Mr. McGuire in which you conveyed that information. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, as I said, it was a quick read that evening.
And did he ask you on the 26th to do anything with the report?
He did not. He wanted to keep that copy and he did not want it laying around or discuss with other staff members at that stage.
Did he advise you not to discuss the report with anyone else at that time?
First of all, no one was around after that, around that time. And yeah, it was not something that I wanted to discuss or he wanted me to discuss with others.
And is that something that you that he specifically told you, or is that just the impression that you had from the tone of the discussion?
The tone of the discussion implied.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9A, image 90. You spoke about this a little earlier, and this is the next morning, so on September 27th, 2018. At around 9:30, you emailed Mr. McGuire attaching a document, which we will go to in a moment. You wrote, "Please find attached. Kathy is making copies of the documents for me. We will return all docs we borrowed from you today." Registrar, if we can also call up that attachment, it's HAM 3597. Sorry, 35497. That's it. So in your email, you wrote, we will return all docs we borrowed. And then in the attachment, registrar, if you can call out the first list. So 3 reports were analyzed, and then there are 3 documents numbered on the. Are those the reports that you borrowed?
Yes.
Okay. And so this includes the Golder report, the full Golder report, the Tradewind report, and a memo from Mr. Ferguson. Did Mr. McGuire tell you anything about how he found or where he found or when he found the Golder report?
No.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, September 26th, the evening, I saw only the Tradewind report.
Right. And then the following morning, so at some time before 9:30, when you sent
The reports from him, I mentioned that I'll give him a short summary of what these reports mentioned.
okay, so it was at your initiative to ask for the reports and also to prepare a summary. It was not something that he directed. He didn't ask for you to prepare this.
No, he didn't ask me.
Okay. Did he ask you to do anything else with respect to these reports?
No.
And after you get registrar, you can close the call out. And if you can just leave, you can close the overview document, but leave up the image on the right. And if you can just call out the text so that there's less white space around. Thank you. And did you discuss this summary that you prepared with Mr. McGuire after you sent it to him on the 27th?
Yes, I gave this summary to him, had a quick discussion, and I mentioned to him that given the status of what we are seeing, we are on the right track of getting the resurfacing done.
What do you mean by that, the right track of getting the resurfacing done?
We were doing the resurfacing in 2018, but now we'll be doing it in 2019. So it is showing that there were some distress and the full resurfacing was recommended for year 21, but because of the amount of traffic, we were seeing more distress, and we were in the right track in the sense that we are in the right timing to get the works done.
Okay. And do you recall any discussion with Mr. McGuire specifically relating to friction testing, friction standards?
As I mentioned, I've never done friction testing or in any of my projects in the past. This triggers me to look into further on what are the different methodologies of friction testing that can be undertaken. What are the Ontario standards, and did North America on itself had other standards? So there was a lot of research happening just immediately after having read through these reports.
And after you sent this document, did you have any other tasks to complete with respect to these reports? Was there any follow-up?
I was getting my resources in the right track again. So I wanted to make sure that the Sharatwala was the project manager that I had assigned for this project, to make sure that for the investigation, looking into the drawings and all of that can take place as soon as possible. I was given the impression that Mr. McGuire has raised or escalated this finding to Mr. McKinnon, who was the general manager at that time, as well as with Mr. Soldo, who was the director of transportation operations and maintenance at the time, so that he's bringing towards all the people who were really concerned and would be the right appropriate levels to bring forward a concern, is how I understood it.
Okay, so you understood from Mr. McGuire that he had escalated the matter to Mr. McKinnon and had advised Mr. Soldo, or was it that he was going to escalate?
No, that was my understanding around just immediately after this. And I had discussions with him. He did not want me to share the documents with any of my staff yet, but he was going to take care of it by escalating it further up.
Okay. So is it your evidence that he advised you before Mr. Soldo and Mr. McKinnon?
My understanding was they were already on the know.
So at this time, so September 26th, 27th, was the city still considering hot in place recycling?
In my earlier email, you can see that I mentioned by August 30th, I had moved on to thinking about shave and pave as the methodology. So it was well before even this finding.
Okay, so in your view, and with what you were working on, you had made the shift to a shave and pave. Had Mr. McGuire or anyone explicitly told you that hot in place recycling was no longer on the table?
It was the implied information that I got from the email exchange between myself and Gord on August 30th. That was giving me a nod to move forward into shave and pave.
And I think you mentioned this earlier, but at this time, so by late September 2018, had you advised Golder that the city was no longer considering hot in place?
No, I did not.
To your knowledge, did anyone?
I don't think so. Mr. Beck was, and in that email chain that was already mentioned in the August 30th email chain, which included Mr. Beck, that he will continue to work with Golder to look at the beneficiating mix for the HIR methodology.
Okay. And Registrar, I think we can close this document. And if we can go to HAM 11303. And if you can open both images. So on October 3rd, 2018, Ms. O'Reilly from The Spectator emailed Ms. Graham writing that she was looking for an update on the asphalt testing done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and asking about the status of those tests and if the results were back yet. This was forwarded by Ms. Graham to Mr. McGuire, who then forwarded the email to Mr. Beck, copying you and writing, "Let's review this today." So by this time, had you had a discussion with Mr. Beck about the trade wind report?
So I am not sure about that. I did go and speak to him about putting all the documents in the project wise, but I don't know whether October 3rd, was it after that? I don't recollect.
Okay, let me just take you to that. That I believe we have an email on that. Just give me one moment and I will pull up that reference. Okay, Registrar, if we can leave image 1 of this document open on the left, and if we can open overview document 9A at page 131. We can open that on the right. Okay, and at paragraph 320 at the bottom there, Mr. Beck emailed you. This is on November 8th, 2018. And there's a reference to the correspondence folder in ProjectWise. Is this what you're referring to, or is
Yes.
this before?
This is what I'm referring to, whether it took 1 day, 2 days, I don't remember. So roughly around that time is when I'm asking him to put all the correspondence in that folder. At which time is when I recollect that we had a conversation that he had received the trade wind report by August.
Okay, so by November 8th, you had that discussion. Do you recall, was it shortly before this email that you would have had that discussion? I think, or could it have been any time after September 26th, 27th?
No, roughly around this time. So 1 or 2 days before, maybe. Cannot pinpoint the exact time, but roughly in this time frame, because Mr. Beck didn't take a long time to put all those documents once I requested him to do so.
Okay, and Registrar, we can close the overview document. I will have a few more questions relating to the November time period in a moment, but looking back at October 3rd, if we can open image 2 of HAM 11303 as well. So you responded on October 3rd, writing, "We should buy some more time before responding to this email." What did you mean by that?
As you can recollect, in July, August timing is when they had gone out to take the samples so that they can understand the beneficiating mix that will be applied for the HIR. So when they were asking the question, I was looking for an update regarding the asphalt testing. My understanding was she was referring to the sample, because to take that sample, we had to close down some lanes, and that was being communicated through media that there will be some lane reduction. So at this time, when I'm replying back, my thought was that she's asking about what have you done with those samplings that you've done.
And why would you need more time to respond?
Because I had not seen any reply back from the consultants regarding the asphalt testing.
And was this connected in any way to the trade wind or Boulder reports? Was your email, did you have that in mind when you wrote this?
No.
Okay. And Mr. McGuire had said at his email at the top, agreed, that's why I want to talk today. Do you recall if you did speak with Mr. McGuire and or Mr. Beck on October 3rd?
I can't recollect that. I probably did.
But you don't have a specific recollection of that?
No.
Registrar? If
Other
we,
than the emails, we do walk around and talk as well. So there's nothing that I can pinpoint saying that I had this talk.
right, it may not have been a formal meeting where you had an
Yeah.
sent. Okay. Okay, Registrar, if we can go to HAM 64308. And you can, perfect. And if you could go to image 18 of this document. can open 18 and 19 actually. It'd be 18 and 20. So this is the following day. So I'm looking at the image on the left, the email at the bottom from Mr. McGuire to Debbie Edwards on October 4th, 2018. I understand at this time that Ms. Edwards was one of the deputy city solicitors in the commercial development and policy. So before turning to the document on the right in detail, were you aware at this time, October 4th, 2018, that Mr. McGuire had contacted anyone in legal services about the tradesman report?
No,
Okay. And were you involved at all in the decision to contact legal?
no,
Okay. And Registrar, if you can call out the image on the right from draft review to before the image, just the top portion. So this was the document that Mr. McGuire provided Ms. Edwards on October 4th, and he wrote, Dan, in summary, read the RHVP. Susan and I have reviewed, and I provide this summary of activity and my understanding of the process around the resurfacing of this asset. And if you can close that call out just for a moment, Registrar. And could you call out from the top email, the header that shows from sent to attachments? So I'm just showing you this to indicate that the name of the document was Red Hill Review, GMC, and SJ Summary. Did you assist Mr. McGuire in preparing this document?
when I say assist, I would say the summary that I gave previously, which you called out, that's the assist that I did. And then Mr. McGuire himself has been reading and adding to that. So that's my recollection. I did not do this draft review document.
Okay, so I think you're referring to the document that you sent Mr. McGuire on September 27th. And Registrar, if you can just close the call out. And it appears that some of the content of the draft review that Mr. McGuire attached is similar to the content from your summary. So is it your understanding that that's what he's referring to, that you didn't have any involvement in preparing this particular document, but that you had prepared something that he used to make this document? Am I understanding that right?
He added on his own information that he collected from his own understanding and reading as well to make this final document.
Okay. And when he wrote, Susan and I have reviewed, is he referring to your review on September 26th and 27th, or had you later reviewed the document further?
This one is dated October, so he and myself, September 26th and 27th is when we are discussing.
Okay. And even if you weren't involved in preparing this document, were you aware that Mr. McGuire was preparing a summary document?
Mr. McGuire was escalating it to Dan as well as to Dan, Mr. McKinnon, General Manager, as well as Mr. Soldo. So I was aware that he was escalating and they were in the know. So I was not aware of any summary, and it would have been likely that he was doing that.
Okay. And the inquiry has received various versions of a similar document Mr. McGuire prepared over time. Did you have any involvement in any later iterations of Mr. McGuire's summary document?
No,
Okay. And after October 4th or 5th, 2018, did you ever discuss Mr. McGuire's contact with legal regarding the Tradewind report?
no.
Commissioner, I see it's just after 1, and I'm about to move on to a different topic. So I propose this might be a good place to take a lunch break. Sorry.
My apologies. I had a little logistical problem there. That's fine. Let's take a break until 2:15. And are you proposing to address with council before you leave?
A breakout room would be helpful, yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
So we'll stand adjourned until 2:15.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Registrar, can you please call up HAM 11435? Ms. Jacob, just to orient you in time, this is a few weeks after the documents we were talking about before the lunch break. So this is October 24th of 2018. Registrar, if we can call up also image 2, please. So on October 24th, Mr. McGuire forwarded you, as well as Mr. Beck, an email he had received from Miss Graham. And in that original email, Ms. Graham wrote, reporter does want the name of the consultant, Golder and Associates, ? So you responded to Mr. McGuire, Mr. Beck, and Ms. Graham later that day, writing, consultant is not tactful. What did you mean by that?
I think I misspoke there when I said tactful. I was actually trying to convey something different, which was I have met Dr. Ostrowski and I've worked with him very closely as well. And quite often the answers were not direct. It's a full paragraph before you get an answer. So I was trying to say that it's not a direct answer, really.
Okay.
It's not an appropriate word to use there.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, you were meaning that he was not direct. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you or anyone at the city have any concerns with media contacting Golder at this time?
What's the time here? October? No, not really.
Okay. And did your comment relate to the Golder or Tradewind reports in any way?
Reporter does want to speak to the consultant. Yeah, I thought this one was more related to the testing that was done in July, August.
For the hot in place recycling suitability study?
Yeah.
Okay. To your knowledge, by this time, so late October 2018, had you, Mr. Beck, Mr. McGuire, or anyone else in Public Works contacted Golder or Tradewind regarding the discovery of the Tradewind report?
I did not. I'm not sure about the others.
But no one told you that they had or that they were going to do that?
No, I wasn't aware of anyone contacting Golder.
Okay, Registrar, we can take that document down, please. So around this time, SEMA had been retained for various studies relating to the RHVP, including a lighting study and the roadside safety assessment. So I'll ask you some more questions regarding the roadside safety assessment in a moment. But what was your involvement, in, if any, in the lighting study?
Lighting study was, my understanding, undertaken by Mr. McGuire's group when he was the manager of geomatics and corridor management, because he was in charge of the street lighting aspects as well. I was not involved in the street lighting, so I was not involved in the lighting study.
Registrar, can we go to overview document 9A, images 116 and 117? Okay. You were invited to the project kickoff meeting for the 2018 roadside safety assessment that SEMA was conducting for the RHVP. And that meeting, I understand, occurred on November 1st, 2018. Do you recall attending that meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what was your role in this project? Why were you included in this meeting?
Everyone was aware of the road resurfacing project that engineering services was leading. By this time, and as of September, the trade wind report was, or the reports were discovered, and it was brought further up. And then Mr. Soldo was, who was the director of traffic operations and maintenance, or transportation operations and maintenance, was fully aware of this. And by October or so, he was arranging a meeting with SEMA to start up a roadside safety assessment, so that if there were any other scope related information was going to required to be added in the tender for the resurfacing, it could be done. So I was there more for the coordination of the of any input that would come out of the roadside safety assessment.
Okay. And you mentioned Mr. Soldo and that he was aware of the trade wind report, and that by October he had contacted SEMA for the roadside safety assessment. Was it your understanding that the roadside safety assessment resulted from the discovery of the trade wind report, or were those two things that occurred independently of one another?
I cannot for sure say whether it stemmed from the discovery or whether it was going to be independent.
Do you recall if the trade wind report was raised at the November 1st meeting?
It was not raised at the November 1st meeting.
Okay. And did you advise SEMA about the existence of the Golder trade wind report as potentially relevant or helpful documents for the work they were doing on the roadside safety assessment?
I did not bring it up myself. I was fully under the impression that having the senior leadership involved in this process, that they would have provided the necessary documentation. I did not feel a need for myself to bring it up any further, as there were no actions out of the trade wind safety report that I read.
Okay. And is it your evidence that it was not your responsibility to raise relevant documents with SEMA? That wasn't part of your role on this project? Am I
The terms of reference for the SEMA assignment was started off by Mr. Soldo, and the relevant documentation was already being, there was an implication that it was already being discussed with SEMA even before I was attending this meeting. So I did not feel that it was my role to bring that up. There was an implication that it was being dealt with and being brought to their attention. Okay,
so you understood that relevant documents had already been provided to SEMA?
Yes.
And in your view, whose role was it to identify relevant documents for SEMA?
Mr. Soldo is the person that I can mention as the most relevant person who had called in this meeting to start off the roadside safety assessment and had the conversation with SEMA. So I relied on his expertise to have disclosed that information to SEMA.
Okay, and did you know one way or the other whether it had been provided to SEMA?
It was strongly implied. So I and SEMA did not specifically say trade wind, but they kind of was the meeting as well. There was an implication that they are aware of it.
Was there anything in particular that gave you that understanding from either SEMA or from Mr. Soldo?
I don't recollect any specific document or anything that I can point to, which would help me establish that here today. But there was good understanding that Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Soldo, and Mr. McGuire was taking care of the documents and how it has to be shared.
Okay. Okay, registrar, if we can go to image 130, please. So on November 8th, 2018, the Public Works Department was made aware of an FOI request that the city received. And registrar, if you can also call out page 131, please. And if you can call out the blue text under paragraph 318. So this is the content of the request. I'll just let you review for a moment.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when did you first become aware of the FOI request?
I cannot pinpoint the date, sometime in November.
And do you recall how you became aware of the FOI request? Or who told you about it? Anything?
Usually comes from the director's office or from Ms. Graham. I don't recollect how I got to know about it.
Okay. And registrar, you can take that call it down. And at paragraph, can you call out paragraphs 319 and 320, please? So these are some emails that we spoke about a little bit earlier before lunch, in context of when I understand around this time was when you first spoke to Mr. Beck about the Tradewind, about the fact that he had received the Tradewind report. Is that right?
Can you repeat that question? I didn't get
Sure.
it.
So earlier we spoke about these emails, and I understood from the evidence that you gave this morning that it was around this time that you first became aware that Mr. Beck had received the Tradewind report from Golder. Is that right?
Yes.
Sometime around November 8th.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you remember about your initial discussion with Mr. Beck about the Tradewind report?
My discussion about Tradewind report or about all correspondences?
The Tradewind report. What did he tell you when you first became aware that he had received the report in August?
So I wasn't aware that he had received it in August. Before this November 8th, I had already talked to him about the discovery of the report. And I requested him to put all correspondences related to Red Hill Valley in the project-wise folder.
Okay, and I think I understood from this morning that it was shortly before
Yes.
emails that you had that discussion. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you recall the specifics of that discussion? Do you recall what Mr. Beck told you? Or what you discussed?
He conceded to that request. He did it right away, as many emails as possible or all documents related to that. Whatever he could find in his email chain or inbox, he moved it over to project-wise. Whether it took 1 day, 2 days, I'm not sure about that.
Okay, but before you had made the request to file all of the documents and materials he had in ProjectWise. When you first discussed the Tradewind report with Mr. Beck, what do you recall about that discussion?
He did mention to me when on his talks with Dr. Henderson that she had mentioned to him about a Tradewind report. And then after 1 day, 2 day, or whatever, he received that from Dr. Ostrowski. He did not have time to look at the details of the report, so he had kept it away for later reference. That's my understanding of what Mr. Beck told me.
And did he give you any information on when he turned back to review it?
No, we didn't discuss that. He said he had put it away for later reference.
Okay. And this discussion that you had with Mr. Beck, is it something, did you raise the Tradewind report with him and then he told you about his earlier emails with Golder, or did he raise the topic with you?
No, I mentioned to him about this report, and then that's when I heard about it from Mr. Beck.
And did you ask him if he had raised it with anyone else prior to your discussion?
I didn't quite ask him that particular question. I don't recollect if I asked that.
Did he give you an indication of whether he had spoken to anyone before?
I don't recollect that either. I just asked him to give me not to give me, to put it in the correspondence folder in ProjectWise so that everyone can view it and see when these correspondences happened, and also make it useful for the project.
Did he give you any information on why he hadn't raised it with you previously?
No, he didn't explain that.
At paragraph 319, Mr. Beck wrote to you, I just found this going through everything. And is it your evidence that this was following your request for him to review his correspondence and file everything in that folder? Is that what he means by going through everything?
Yes.
Okay. And at paragraph 320, there's a reference to a correspondence folder in ProjectWise. Do you know where in ProjectWise that folder was located?
It was in the, so we do have a projects listed, and then within the projects, Red Hill Valley had its own project folder. And then within that, there is a correspondence folder for all correspondences related to Red Hill Valley.
Okay, and to confirm, was this in the director's office folder or outside of that folder?
Outside.
Okay.
For the day-to-day use of the project managers.
And in Mr. Beck's second email at paragraph 320, he says we can discuss further regarding anything else tomorrow. Do you recall if you did discuss it with him?
We were in workstations very close by to one another, so they must have been there. I don't recollect any formal discussions.
Okay. Were you aware of the FOI request at this time?
As I mentioned, I cannot pinpoint the date when it was brought to our attention.
Okay. Registrar, if we can close this and go to image 144. Okay, so this is 4 days later on November 12th, 2018. and you emailed Mr. McGuire with a copy to Mr. Beck and Mr. Bala, attaching a document titled Chronology of Events. And I think you referred to this earlier this morning. Registrar, if we can also have image 145. Thank you. I believe it actually goes, there are additional pages, but for now, I'll leave these two up. Did you prepare this chronology yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and why did you prepare this chronology?
So by this time, I've been getting a lot of questions on when decisions were made, and it was better that I had all the documents in the correspondence folder. And as I mentioned previously, I went around and asked Mr. Beck to put in all the information that he had in his correspondences. And I did myself as well, put all my correspondences in there so that it would be useful for Mr. Vala, Mr. Beck, and myself, and anyone else who wanted to use it. So this chronology of events was also a note for myself to understand when those decisions were made and what were the relevant documents in here.
And you said you were being asked questions regarding when decisions had been made. Who is asking you those questions?
So Mr. McGuire would come around and ask, when did we start a HIR process? When did we decide to move on and things like that? So it was relevant to look at all these emails in one location and identify when those decisions were made.
And where did you find the information that this document is based off of?
Project-wise correspondence folder.
So in the folder where you had asked Mr. Beck to file the documents?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when you started putting this document together?
Must be roughly around that time, November 8th to November 12th, because that's when I'm emailing Mr. McGuire.
Okay. And you included Mr. Beck and Mr. Bala on your email. Had you discussed the Tradewind report with Mr. Bala at this time?
Yes, Mr. Vala was also made aware of the existence.
Okay, and did you make him aware of the Tradewind report, or was that someone else?
I am not sure whether he by this time has seen a copy. He was aware of the existence, but I don't know whether he has physically had a copy.
Okay. And was it you that provided him that information or someone else?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in your discussion with Mr. Bala, did you understand him to know of the Tradewind report, or were you telling him for the first time?
I was mentioning it to him.
Okay. Okay. Registrar, if we can go to page, image 161, please. Okay, and if we can also call up 162 as well. So you received a draft of the roadside safety assessment report from SEMA on November 23rd, 2018. Did you review the draft around the time that you received it?
I am tempted to say yes.
Okay, but you don't have a specific recollection of doing that?
I don't recall exactly which date, but in around that time, as soon as I received it, I must have done the review.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to that document, it's HAM 35556 at image 23, please. So this draft of the roadside safety assessment report included a number of findings regarding wet surface collision trends on the RHVP, including that the wet surface collisions represented 64% of mainline collisions and 73% of ramp collisions. The roadside safety assessment stated these findings suggest that inadequate skid resistance, surface polishing, bleeding, contamination, and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to the collisions. And SEMA subsequently prepared further drafts of the roadside safety assessment, an advanced draft on December 14th, and a final version on January 17th, 2019, which included similar content. Do you recall reviewing SEMA's findings regarding wet surface collisions and that inadequate skid resistance may be a contributing cause?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you make any connection between these findings and the findings in the Tradewind report that you had discussed with Mr. McGuire a few months prior?
As I mentioned earlier, Tradewind report was not did not use a provincial standard, which would have connected me between these two. It was more a comparison between Link and Red Hill Valley that I was understanding from the Tradewind report. In here, the wet surface collisions is comparing, SEMA is comparing with their own findings as of 2015. Again, they are not running a parallel with the Tradewind report either. So I did not make a connection there. Okay. And again, these findings suggest that inadequate skid resistance, and these are maybe factors that they're mentioning, not a firm finding.
Okay. And did you discuss this draft or these findings with Mr. McGuire or anyone else?
I don't recollect that I discussed it with Mr. McGuire, but as you can see, I did review and commend it back to SEMA, who were the authors of this report.
Okay. And did SEMA's findings that inadequate skid resistance may be a contributing factor cause you any concern regarding safety on the RHVP?
The report again does not state that this one contributing factor or a couple of contributing factors, but they do mention other reasons as well for the wet surface collisions. So I did not have a concern because the report did not say you need to shut down the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay. And I've asked you this question in context of a few other points in time. But at the time you received this draft, so late November 2018, did the inclusion of these findings suggest that inadequate skid resistance and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions? Did that prompt you to consider providing SEMA with the Tradewind report or inquire as to whether it had already been provided?
I didn't catch that question completely. If you don't mind repeating, please.
Sure. And Registrar, if you can actually call out that under overall findings, if you can just call out all of overall findings, that's probably best. So the last bullet, that the findings suggest that inadequate skid resistance and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions. Both this report and the Tradewind report make reference to skid resistance. And I'm asking if the inclusion of that bullet prompted you to consider whether you should provide the trade wind report to SEMA or to ask if SEMA had already received it?
I had read the trade wind report again, did not show me the relevance or the need for connecting the two, but in my own understanding, Mr. Soldo had already mentioned this to SEMA of the existence of a trade wind report. So I didn't feel a need to bring this forward again. By this time, I had also reviewed the 2015 study, and that also mentions the same information. Inadequate skid resistance was also mentioned in the 2015 report. So I did not feel that I needed to bring the trade wind report again to their attention.
Okay, and just to make sure I understand your evidence on this, you did not raise this with SEMA at this time, and it was your understanding that Mr. Soldo had made them aware of the report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, SEMA had it in the same wordings were in the 2015 report as well, in their own 2015 report. So independent of trade wind drive report, I'm seeing that it is being mentioned. So I did not feel a necessity to bring that up again.
Okay. Registrar, we can close this. Okay, and if we can go to HAM 11764. Okay, so you were invited to a meeting on December 7th, 2018, titled RHVP/Link Report Finalization. What was your involvement with the roadside safety assessment report at this time? So a few weeks after the draft we just looked at.
So as you've seen, my involvement with this process started in November. November 1st was our first meeting, and then there were continuous meetings. I was actively involved with this roadside safety to understand from that assessment, was there any document or any aspects of scope that needed to be added to the resurfacing project. So it was for the coordination purposes, making sure that any safety improvements needed to be incorporated in the resurfacing project is the reason why I was involved in this meeting.
And do you recall attending this meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to HAM 11854. I understand that these are minutes from that meeting. And I believe, Registrar, that this document needs to be marked as an exhibit, which I believe is number 147.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Yeah. And what was the purpose of this meeting?
Second progress meeting of Rettle Valley. It is the, I am understanding this was done in Traffic Operations Center, once again with SEMA Plus. So to review the roadside safety components.
Okay. And do you recall if the trade wind report or friction more generally were discussed?
No.
And There are a number of other city staff members listed as attendees to this meeting: Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Olszewski, Mr. Vala. Did you, what was your understanding as to whether they had any awareness of the Tradewind report? Had you had any discussions with them about the report at this time?
As I mentioned, we never discussed this at that meeting.
But other than this meeting, did you know whether Mr. Ferguson or any of the others were aware of the Tradewind report by this time?
Mr. Ferguson and quite a few of these people were reporting to Mr. Soldo. So my understanding was Mr. Soldo would have provided them with the relevant information.
Right, but you don't have a specific recollection of whether or not they did. Is that right?
Since I did not speak to them about it, I wouldn't know whether they had it.
And were you ever involved in any discussions with Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, or anyone in Public Works about whether or not to provide the report to SEMA?
Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, Mr. McKinnon, all of them were treating this on their own at a higher level. We were not, when I say we, at the manager level, we were not given the go-ahead to release such information.
You say you weren't given the go-ahead to release the information. Were you given a direction not to release the information?
They said it will be handled by them.
And who told you that it would be handled by them?
It is at the, Mr. McGuire was my direct contact.
Okay. So you understood from Mr. McGuire that discussions with SEMA regarding the Tradewind report were to be handled at the director level? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, Mr. Soldo, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. McKinnon, they were working very closely after having done this, after the discovery of the reports.
And Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9A, image 287. Don't think I have the right reference. Maybe I will go to the document itself. If you can call up HAM 27905. And then if you can also, as a side-by-side, call up HAM 12272. And just before I ask you a few questions on these documents, I believe HAM 12272 also needs to be marked as an exhibit 48.
Thank you, Council. Noted.
So you provided comments on the December 14th advanced draft of the roadside safety assessment on January 7th, 2019. And one of your comments, it's the fourth bullet. Registrar, if you could call out the fourth bullet. Thank you. It relates to adequate skid resistance. What did you mean by this comment? What information were you hoping to obtain from SEMA?
So again, I mentioned that after finding the Tradewind report, I did do a lot of research myself to understand what are the different ways in which the skid resistance can be measured, what those numbers meant, and so on. So I understood that there were so many different methodologies using which you can identify the skid resistance. So my question to SEMA at this stage was to identify what are the methods. So they had this in their report that the slippery when wet sign can be removed only once the skid resistance, adequate wet weather skid resistance is achieved, which didn't mean much to me because I was not seeing an Ontario standard by which I could follow, or if they were referring to some other standard, I was just requesting information so that there's more clarity. I also had asked how do we determine what is the adequate skid resistance and how long this should be monitored, who will be doing the monitoring and also when, and who's installing the slippery when wet sign. So some of these things were required to make sure that the tender documents were completed and there were specifications as to if the monitoring was to be done through the tender package or through the contractor that we are hiring for resurfacing. I wanted to ensure that the right wording is mentioned in the tender document. So it was more for information that I was asking that.
And was ongoing friction monitoring included in the tender documents ultimately?
It was not. It was taken, it was not part of the tender document. It was dealt with separately. My understanding is Mr. McGuire had contacted MTO to do that monitoring.
Okay, registrar, we can take these documents down. You can go to overview document 9A, image 269. You can also open up 270, please. Okay, thank you. And on December 24th, 2018, you were forwarded a draft copy of Boulder's Hot in Place Recycling Suitability Study Report that Mr. Beck had received a few days prior. Do you recall if you read it around the time that you received it?
I do remember reading that report.
And around this time, Mr. McGuire had also received a draft report from Boulder, this draft relating to the what we refer to as the 2017 Boulder pavement evaluation, so the testing that was conducted in December 2017. Did you have any involvement with either the Hot in Place Recycling Suitability Study or the Boulder pavement evaluation at this time in December 2018?
So the HIR suitability study was being undertaken through Mr. Beck with Dr. Ostrowski. So I was aware of that. Not very sure about the other piece that you just asked.
Okay, so you don't recall if you had any involvement with the report resulting from the testing Boulder had conducted in December 2017?
No. Can you show me where that is, 2017?
Sure, I can show you that document. Just give me one moment. Registrar, we can go to images 265 and 266. At paragraph 623, there's the draft report is extracted.
I don't recall seeing this.
Okay, and registrar, if we can go back to 269 and 270, please. Thank you. So this is late December 2018, and I understand that this was long after the city had concluded it was not going to use hot in place recycling on the RHVP. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the purpose of receiving the draft report at this time?
So we had embarked on this study to identify what would be the design mix if we had with the HIR methodology. HIR was understood to have a lot of pros, which is it was cost effective. The time taken would be minimal compared to the traditional shave and pave, as well as there was a possibility of reusing the material. And all of these were some of the factors that was going towards HIR as a preferred rehabilitation strategy. So if not for Red Hill Valley, we wanted to see if it was feasible to use the HIR methodology for any other similar projects within the city, for any other roads.
Okay, and did the draft report affect the work that you were doing at the time regarding the RHVP resurfacing?
It confirmed that the beneficiating mix would be not cost effective in this particular case.
And I'm going to move on in a moment, excuse me, to January 2019, but just before I leave December of 2018, I had asked you a few questions earlier relating to audit services and your involvement with the value for money audit. And we had discussed that you attended a meeting on December 12th, 2018 with audit services. So at this time, you had received a copy of the Tradewind report. Do you recall if in December 2018 or any time after September 2018, if you had any discussions with the auditor about friction testing or the Tradewind report?
No, I did not talk to auditor about the Tradewind report. All the reports were being collected through Mr. McGuire's office with the assistance of Mr. Sharma and Ms. Cameron. So I did not have to. I was just replying back to all the questions that auditor had.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and registrar, if we can go to HAM 28014 and 28015 as a side-by-side, please. So on January 14th, 2019, you circulated a draft report to Mr. Beck, Mr. Prusen, Mr. Bala, Mr. Olszewski, and Mr. Andoga. And the attachment is the document on the right. What was the purpose of this report?
Okay, so yeah, it rings a bell now. So as was mentioned in my email here, it is regarding the scope document itself, Hamilton Police request for crossover that is not being implemented. We were also looking at the detour for the resurfacing project itself. So it was bringing the information, it was as an information report to the council to tell them that the resurfacing is happening and what's the timing for that and what's the impact because of the road closure that is needed to undertake this resurfacing.
Right. And were you involved in any of the reports around this time that related to what was or was not to be disclosed to council in terms of the RHVP?
No,
Was your involvement limited to discussions of the future repaving?
yes.
And we know that the Tradewin report was ultimately presented to council and released to the public on February 6th, 2019 at a GIC meeting. Did you attend that meeting?
No, I did not.
Registrar, can we go to HAM 35805? You can take down, thank you. And on the same day, January 14th, 2019, Mr. McGuire emailed you, Mr. Andoga, Mr. Odie, and Mr. Beck, writing, can you please respond to this email and reply yes or no to the following question. Prior to this year, have you received a copy or seen a copy of the 2013 Golder/Tradewin report on the RHVP asphalt testing? If yes, please arrange a time with Diana to assemble materials. And you responded no, recognizing that this is January 2019. Did you mean by your answer that you had not received or seen a copy of the Golder/Tradewin report prior to 2018 or prior to 2019?
So my answer this year was a little misleading. Yes, it was only January of 2019. So my answer no is I have not seen it before 2018, not 2019. Yeah.
And did you have any discussions with Mr. Andoga or Mr. Odie or Mr. Beck about the Golder or Tradewin reports after you received this email?
No.
Did they or did anyone in Public Works tell you that they had received those reports or seen them prior to 2018?
No.
And Registrar, if we can go to HAM 28917. Okay. So this is now February 21st, 2019, and it's after the Tradewin report has been presented at GIC and publicly released. So you emailed Mr. Vala, Mr. Beck, and Mr. Butt writing, please see attached summary of SEMA recommendation so we can ensure nothing is being missed, include in your discussions. And Registrar, if we can also go to HAM 28918, the attachment to this document. And did you prepare this attachment?
I've been going through discussion points in the attached. I think so. I don't recollect it either way.
Okay. And what was the purpose of sending this document to those on the email?
Sending it to God.
Sorry, I'm referring to the first email in the chain, the February 21st, 12:49 email.
Oh, okay. So Sharat Wala and Tashween Bhatt, they are the project team, and Mike Beck as the senior PM and involved in the project was being notified of what the summary of SEMA recommendations were. So it was mentioned in SEMA report that the link mix had sufficient friction. So I think particularly what I was trying to refer to in that email, I'm just looking at the dates. So it was regarding the type of resurfacing that we needed to do. So it is asking for a high friction material, and they were okay with what was applied on link. So I was suggesting that that is the friction material that we need to use.
So in your email to Mr. McGuire, per SEMA memo dated February 4th, 2019, I think that's what you're referring to. The document that you're referring to, Registrar, if we can call out HAM 12842. Was that this memo, the February 4th memo that was attached to the press release along with the Tradewind report? Is that the February 4th memo that you were referring to in your email?
I'm trying to read here. Was there any subsequent pages to this?
Yes, Registrar, if you can. I believe there are 8 pages in total, so if you want us to continue to flip through.
I am going to assume this is the memo that I'm referring to.
Okay. And were you involved in the preparation of this document in any way?
You mean this memo from SEMA?
Correct.
No, I was not.
Okay, and Registrar, if we can go back to the email, so that's HAM 28917. You wrote, "We'll need further investigation on this." What further investigation were you contemplating?
Can you show me where is it?
It's the last sentence of your email to Mr. McGuire, right before "please discuss."
Oh, okay. So friction, and they would recommend to follow the similar mix. At this time, fast track, it is hard to procure. So as I mentioned, I was doing a lot of research to find out what are the other friction materials that was available. And there was this HFST mix that was mentioned in one of the articles. To procure that mix from US was almost impossible. So I was saying that SEMA report had already mentioned that the mix that was used on link had sufficient friction, and so let's continue the use of that mix rather than, and if it is HFST or any other mix, the new mix that needed to be looked into, it will need further investigation.
Registrar, if we can go to overview document 10A at images 157 and 158. So on March 5th, 2019, you received a revised letter on the selection of HMA for the RHVP resurfacing from Christopher Norris of AME. AME had previously provided a draft letter recommending that the city place SMA 12.5 for the resurfacing. The revised letter also included SP 12.5 FC2. Do you recall receiving this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The same day you forwarded the letter to Mr. McGuire, writing FYI, AME has recommended SMA and as an alternate recommended 12.5 FC2 with reduced life. Would like your direction with the tender. Mr. McGuire responded, writing AME notes a lower initial cost with the SP mix. Given the challenges we've had with the SMA on the RHVP, I can't consider going back with that mix. As well, Golders ruled out HIP on the SMAs, so we can't potentially reuse this material in the next cycle. I'm supportive of the SP FC2 mix as spec'd. What did you understand Mr. McGuire to mean by given the challenges we've had with SMA on the RHVP, I can't consider going back with that mix?
So by this time, we have a better understanding of SMA and the challenges in the sense that it is a gap graded mix with possibly less friction when we originally put that down. So we did not want to use the same mix, which was being mentioned again. The SMA is good when it is high traffic and truck traffic volume. And that's one of the reasons why AME was recommending SMA. But 12.5 FC2 was also being recommended as an alternate with a reduced life, but that's also in the same category as SEMA Plus's report regarding the friction, the adequate friction characteristics of link was the reason why SP 12.5 FC2 was being, even though it's a reduced life, we wanted to try that.
Okay. And Mr. McGuire wrote that he was supportive of the SP FC2 mix. Were you also supportive? Did you agree with that decision?
Yes.
And Registrar, if we can go to RHV 890. And we've been provided a copy of an anonymous letter sent to Charles Brown, the city's Auditor General, which copied Mayor Eisenberger and some media outlets. Were you aware of this letter at the time? So around March 2019?
No, I was not aware of this at that time.
Did you ever see the letter?
No, not in the preparation for this.
Okay. And I understand from your, or I expect from your answer that you did not write the letter. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
And do you know who did write it?
I don't know.
Commissioner, subject to any questions that you have, those are my questions for Ms. Jacob.
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Time are we? We're at 3:20. So perhaps we should take our afternoon break at this point, and then we'll return for the questions of participants' council. So we'll stand adjourned until 25 to 4.
Okay, and it may be helpful to have a quick all council breakout room. Commissioner, I've spoken to counsel for the participants, and I understand that counsel for the MTO does not have any questions for Ms. Jacob.
Mhm.
And I believe counsel for Golder has approximately 15 to 20 minutes.
I do.
Okay.
Commissioner, may I please proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello, Ms. Jacob. I'm Jennifer Roberts, and I'm counsel for Golder. I have a number of questions. I'm going to skip around a little bit in terms of the evidence, and if that becomes unclear for you, just let me know, and I'll try and ground my question to a particular paragraph to give you to give you some background. I want to go first to some of your evidence from this morning. You were asked whether, if you had known about the Golder report, whether that would have been of use to you in your assessment of whether to proceed with the investigation of Hot in Place or proceed directly to a shave and pave. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said when you later read the Golder report that you didn't see a safety concern. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said that if there had been a safety concern, that would have helped you determine whether it was appropriate to wait for the HIR investigation or proceed directly to a shave and pave. Do you remember?
Yes.
You also, you were asked in relation to some of the Hamilton evidence about accidents on the Red Hill that I want to talk briefly about. So Commission Counsel took you to the question of whether in September of 2013, you are aware of discussions about the Red Hill being slippery. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said you weren't aware.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And you were asked whether you had any involvement in the 2015 SEMA report, and you said that you didn't. Do you remember?
Yes.
And you didn't read the Spectator articles about accidents in the Red Hill. That's true too?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't taken to it, but was any of the internal reporting conducted by traffic engineering about collisions, their location, conditions, kind of collisions, none of that reporting was provided to you?
No.
Okay. And when in 2015, SEMA provided a detailed analysis of the number of accidents, locations, none of that information was provided to you in 2015?
No.
Okay. And so when you were asked by Commissioner Counsel whether or not you were aware whether there was a safety concern, you'll agree that you were not a recipient of any information that Hamilton had that would have given you any insight into whether there was or was not a safety concern. That's true, isn't it?
That's right. I was not made aware of any of those.
Thank you. I want to go to a different topic now. Registrar, can you please pull up for me overview 9A, images 90 and 91, paragraph 230? And this goes back to your evidence this morning, Ms. Jacob, or this afternoon as well, where you were taken to the events following the finding of the Tradewin and Gold report. And your evidence, as I understood it, was that you were given the reports and in fact went back and read them and then prepared a summary. That's the case?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 90 and 91, is this, I think your evidence is that this is the summary that you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to, so first of all, if we can pull up the top of 91, that indent, registrar, for me, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so talk about the cracking on the top and the increased volume of traffic and the full resurfacing recommended for year 21. And then the fourth bullet here, you say new surface course should incorporate aggregates that have a good polished stone value. The samples that were taken from the RHVP in July and August of 2018 will be assessed for the PSV and its suitability to be reused. And just staying on this point for a second, when you talk about the assessment of PSV, I take it here that you're not remembering here that the PSV testing was in fact done in December, January, that's 2017, 2018, and reported on March 9.
Yes, I know that some samples were taken during that time. But I have not seen the exact information back regarding this PSV.
And your evidence is you didn't remember that that was something that was discussed in the March 9, 2018 meeting.
That's right. I don't recollect the numbers.
Okay, thank you. I want to go more generally to that bullet 4 there. Is it possible, Registrar, to also pull up overview document 6, page 97, paragraph 252? Can we do both or not? Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So in your summary, but there you've got the summary here, and I do not see anywhere in your summary the Golder recommendations about the rehabilitation of the Red Hill to address cracking, as well as the relatively low friction numbers. That's something that you didn't include in your summary? Registrar, let me just take you to it. In section 6 of the Golder report, which is at paragraph 253, those are the recommendations. Talks about the remediation for the top-down cracking, milling and paving the top. And then in the second paragraph, it says in the remaining portion of the Red Hill, the existing cracks in the surface should be routed and sealed to prevent the ingress of water and incompressible material into the pavement structure. And following the routing and sealing, it is recommended that a single layer of microsurfacing be applied by carrying out the mill and overlay where required and applying microsurfacing. The issue of the relatively low FN on the Red Hill Valley Parkway would also be addressed. Do you see that in the recommendations?
Yes, I do see that.
And that's not something you included in your summary, is it?
Yeah, I did not include that in the summary.
But I suggest to you, Ms. Jacob, that the recommendation that for remediation and the fact that there was a recommendation to treat friction in 2014 was an important element in the Golder report, an important element of the summary, and you didn't include it.
I'm reading the report in September of 2018, and the microsurfacing was discussed in March of 2018. And the decision was resurfacing to continue by this time in September when I was writing the summary.
So do I take it that your point at this stage, Ms. Jacob, is that the recommendation to remediate and treat the relatively low surface was, in your view, redundant because of the resurfacing? Is that what you're saying?
Resurfacing was already determined as I move forward as of August 30th that I mentioned there previously. So I did not see the same relevance when I was doing the summary here.
Thank you. would, I take it also it would be an embarrassing point for engineering services to discuss a point and a recommendation to do something about friction that hadn't been actioned.
Can you repeat that? Was that a question?
It was. I take it that it would have been an embarrassment at the very least to engineering services to have the Golder recommendation summarized here, which would show that it hadn't implemented the recommendation. Isn't that right?
The microsurfacing is being recommended, as you're calling out here, but it does not state a time by which it has to be undertaken. I did not see that correlation here as to when it had to be undertaken.
So you're disagreeing with me that it would have been an embarrassment, it was just redundant?
The resurfacing was being done for the asset management, life cycle management. The microsurfacing is being recommended in 2013, did not put a timeline to it, did not show that it's an emergency. So I do not understand how, I don't know how to explain this. I mean, the consultant hasn't put an emergency on it.
So I think you're saying you're disagreeing with my proposition that it wasn't included because it was an embarrassment. You're saying to me, you're saying to the inquiry that it wasn't included because at this point you were resurfacing and that recommendation was redundant. Do I have that right?
Resurfacing was already putting down the new surface course.
Right.
That was being recommended.
So I think I'm understanding you that it wasn't important that there was a recommendation in 2014 because at this point, Hamilton has made the decision to resurface. That's correct.
Resurfacing was being done, and I did not see the relevance of microsurfacing on resurfacing.
Thank you. I want to go briefly to another point. We talked and you were taken to the pavement and materials technology review this morning briefly.
Yes.
You were aware that Hamilton had retained Golder to prepare the pavement and materials technology review?
Yes.
And I think you said this morning that was 3 phases. When you were aware of the, so first of all, let me just characterize the PMTR. PMTR 1 and 2 in particular is an evaluation of the Hamilton roads and an assessment largely as to whether they're holding up in accordance to what Hamilton expected they would. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And the second one in particular goes into some detail as to what specifications and what quality assurance should be implemented to facilitate Hamilton's actually getting what it's paying for. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. And when you became aware of the roads value for money audit, is that something that you raised with the auditor, that this work had already at least been done in part in 2009 and 2011? Did you raise that?
So as I mentioned, the document collection was not by me. It was being done through Mr. McGuire's office along with Mr. Sharma as well as Ms. Cameron. That document regarding the PMTR was provided to the auditor.
Looks as though they struggled to find it, and I'm going to draw your attention to overview document 9A, image 286, paragraph 664. Registrar, can you please take us there? Hopefully I've got this right. Sorry, I don't have the correct reference. Forgive me. Forgive me, I don't have the reference. So, Registrar, you can take that down. Ms. Jacob, there's reference in the overview document to the fact they're having difficulty in finding it. You had the 3 reports? They'd been provided to you?
Engineering services did have the 3 reports.
And is this an example of a document, these 3 reports that were a survey of Hamilton roads and intended to be actioned on? Is this an example of, or is these examples of reports that should have been filed in ProjectWise so that they were wise, so that they would have been available as a resource?
In 2009, these reports were given in hard copies. There was some digital version as well. It was in the P drive, so it was made available to the auditor.
Yes, I know it was later, and there's a whole back and forth as to trying to find PMTR1. My question was slightly different. My question is, are these examples of reports that should have been filed within ProjectWise so that they would have been available to Hamilton?
I don't recollect when ProjectWise was being formed and how the transfer of information from one drive over to the other was happening. The specifications were being changed, the recommendations were being met. There could be that the document was in the P drive still, that was being transferred over to ProjectWise. So it's a slow transfer over to ProjectWise.
So do I understand from that they should have been transferred? And is that what you're saying?
ProjectWise keeps the documents in a central location, so definitely it will help.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Ms. Leclerc, who else has questions? Oops.
Oh, Mr. Commissioner, I don't know if we can hear Ms. Leclerc, but
Okay.
I believe it's the city who's next. Can we, may we proceed, Mr. Commissioner?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Jacob, Commission Council had previously taken you to Mr. Rick Ndoga's email dated April 15th, 2016. And I'd like to ask you some follow-up questions on this email. So, Mr. Registrar, do you mind pulling up OD7, page 119 at paragraphs 382 to 383, please? Perfect. Thank you. At this time, so April 2016, did you have any concerns regarding skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Can you point to the email that you're referring to?
Yes, of course. Mr. Registrar, do you mind pulling out the text from 382 and 383?
Can you repeat your question, please?
Of course. So at this time, as of April 2016, did you have any concerns regarding skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't see that I was CC'd in this email.
Sorry, Ms. Jacob, I believe it's the email on April 15, 2016 at paragraph 383.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I was not aware of any issues on Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay. At this time, were you aware of any concerns that other public works staff had regarding skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I was not aware.
Okay. At this time, had you ever heard of microsurfacing?
Yes, I was aware of microsurfacing.
Okay. Had you used microsurfacing on any other projects in or around this time?
I don't recollect the actual date, but I have used microsurfacing on another project.
What was that project?
It was related to Upper James. The road surface itself was in good condition, but it was to put a surface coat so that the penetration of water is minimized into further down layers further down, so that the road doesn't deteriorate any further.
Did you have any understanding at the time of this project, or at the time of this correspondence in April 2016, about microsurfacing being used to improve the frictional properties of a roadway?
No, especially not in an expressway kind of situation or a parkway where the traffic volumes are very high. The microsurfacing, it's a very thin layer, and I was not very certain that it will hold up to that kind of traffic.
Mr. Registrar, you can remove that call out and you can take down the OD. Ms. Jacob, what was design's typical role, if any, during discussions regarding the scope of a project?
Regarding the scope of the project, it is to identify what they are requesting in a scope. Is the budget in line with the scope? Is it holistic? And is there any permits that is required based on the scope that is being received? And the implementability of the scope, as well as the timing, whether the timing that is predicted is achievable or not.
Did design usually have input into a particular project scope?
When there are conflicts, we suggest changes to the scope. When there are times that cannot be achieved, we have requested for changes to that. And these are all done in coordination meetings, making sure that everyone is aware of the impacts of what is going to be done.
Okay. Are there any other circumstances where you'd provide your views on scope as a member of the design section?
Primarily, we look at the suitability of the the strategies that we are developing to ensure that we can achieve what is being recommended. So, if there is a flooding related to a place, is the sewer being sized? Where is it going to be sent to? All those kind of information. If there are permits required, we talk about that and see if it is even achievable. So, and in this particular case, MTO coordination was a big piece, as well as communication with all the stakeholders, which were many in this particular case. So those were the things that we would look at.
Okay. And would you raise any concerns you may have about the use or availability of public funds?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. So would you raise any concerns you may have about the use or availability of public funds?
We always look at cost-effective solutions. So definitely we make sure that if we can do a better, or if we can suggest a better solution, we do suggest that.
Perfect. Thank you. Now, moving on to another area. You told Commission Councillor earlier about the purpose and role of the design section. Would you have expected to receive previous reports with respect to skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
If it is relevant to the project, yes, it is good to have previous documents.
What So would you have expected anyone else in design section to receive previous reports with respect to skid resistance on the Red Hill?
Again, I didn't get that question clearly.
Sorry, I can repeat that again. Would you have expected anyone else in the design section to receive previous reports with respect to skid resistance on the Red Hill?
Design section works together as a team again, so it includes manager, senior project manager, as well as the project manager and the technologist. So, and finally, whatever specification is being put together goes through our contract group as well. So we work together as a team. So the whole team, it's not just few individuals who should be receiving the documents.
You had noted that you would expect to have received skid resistance reports on the Red Hill if it was relevant. In what circumstances would it be relevant to the design section?
If the skid resistance reports were indicating that there was any safety concern, it is important for us to know that and understand whether it was a local issue, whether it was throughout the project limits that it was being a concern.
Okay. Does asset management typically provide you with any consultant reports related to items within the scope of a project?
They provide the core samples or any investigations that they've conducted. Asset management sometimes does the FWD testing, falling weight deflectometer testing. Any testing that they've done related to pavement condition is usually passed on to the design.
Okay. At what point during the Red Hill Valley Parkway repaving project, if at all, would you have expected to be advised about the results of a skid resistance study?
So a skid resistance study, if it was available, it would have been better for design to be aware of it. And especially if there was a safety concern related to it, to be aware of it as early in the process as possible.
Okay. I appreciate I asked that question in the broad sense of any skid resistance study. Having now seen the Tradewind report, at what point during the Red Hill Valley Parkway repaving project would you have expected to be advised about the results of the Tradewind report?
The Tradewind report, as I read in September, did not bring up any concerns or did not have a date specific to when things have to be undertaken. So I did not see Tradewind report on itself did not bring up an issue as to when or what needs to be done.
At what point during the repaving project would you have expected to be advised of an urgent safety issue concerning the surface conditions of the Red Hill?
My understanding of Red Hill Valley project for resurfacing was based on the life cycle management and not regarding the safety issue at all. Had it been a safety issue, it should have been mentioned right up front, and we should not have delayed the project, and it would have been given a different priority because of that. The priority that was, or the high profile that was put on the Red Hill Valley was not because of safety issue, but because of the high dollar value, as well as the amount of coordination that was needed.
I see. So if I'm understanding your evidence correctly, you did not need to see the Tradewind report because it did not disclose a safety issue. Is that right?
I personally did not see safety issue loud and clear in that report. The report was done in 2013. We are talking 2018. If there was a safety issue identified in 2013, that was not very clearly communicated through that report.
Okay. And what would you have done if you were advised of an urgent safety issue?
It would have been handled differently, as I mentioned, by engineering services as a whole, not really by design. It would have been given much higher priority, maybe an earlier project on its own. The timing of the project may have changed, and the implication regarding the safety is a huge concern for the city. So I would have thought that it would have had a different take on it had I clearly understood that there was a safety concern and it had to be dealt with right away.
Okay. So other than potentially flagging a safety concern, what use could you have made of the results of any skid resistance tests?
Other than the PSV value, I didn't see anything about the aggregate being any different. So the resurfacing removes the existing surface and replaces it with a new surface. So as long as the surface is removed, the skid resistance doesn't have a new implication on the new surface, as long as we are not repeating the same as before.
Understood. Thank you. Now, shifting gears to discuss the hot in place recycling. In your view, are there any benefits to hot in place recycling over a traditional shave and pave?
So as I mentioned, the hot in place recycling method was completely new to me. So it's relying heavily on the expertise that is being provided by the consultants in undertaking that project. So HIR, as was being mentioned, was going to reutilize the materials and it was going to be cost effective as well as more time wise. You can put the traffic back on quicker than in a shave and pave situation. So we were of the understanding that having going to HIR would have helped the city by achieving the project both directions in 1 year, because it's now easy to handle the traffic as well as to manageable within the time frame, and it will be within the budget or much lesser than the budget that was originally provided for that project.
Understood. In your answer, you provided a number of benefits to the city with respect to hot in place. To your understanding, why did the city ultimately delay repaving the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link from 2018 to 2019?
So as you can see, 2017 November is when the new HIR methodology was being considered. And the discussions were going as far as March of 2018 regarding the suitability of HIR. After that meeting in March, we were looking at the design mix and all of that. So HIR, if I was supposed to do a shave and pave, and I've mentioned that in my emails previously, I should have made a decision by January 24th of 2018. But HIR was still being looked into, so I could not have gone out for tender, received all the permits needed, and finished my coordination to make that project happen. So the benefits of HIR, or the way it was understood by the city, was the reason why the project was delayed from 2018 to 2019, giving it a chance because it was cost effective and timely as well.
Okay.
And we did not perceive that there was any safety issue. So there was no need for concern. Why the project being delayed was not a concern at that point.
Understood. And as of January 2018, did you agree with the city's decision to delay the repave to investigate hot in place recycling?
Given the benefits that was being mentioned, yes, I did believe that it was good to wait and understand how best to utilize the taxpayers' dollars.
Understood. So I understand that the city ultimately opted to perform a conventional shave and pave over the hot in place recycling. To your knowledge, why did the city ultimately opt to perform a conventional shave and pave?
So again, from my email chain, you can see that that decision is coming around August 30th of 2018. Now, after the discussions in March of 2018, we received a proposal from Golda only by June of 2018, and we were looking into HIR, picking up more samples from the Red Hill Valley to understand what is the design mix that we need to go ahead with. By August of 2018, we were also hoping to go and visit the MTO site where in Thunder Bay, where they were going to implement the HIR. Having something closer in Ontario was a big thing to see if it was going to be applicable here. From previous discussion, this methodology was more popular in BC, but not actually in Ontario. So we were hoping to identify how it was being done by MTO and then go from there. So for all those good reasons, we were waiting until August. And when in August, we were told that they did not perform it on MTO project because MECP, which is the Ministry of Environment, had shut down the request for using an asphalt plant on site was also indicative of how things could be, and for us as well. And the other thing is this was a new technology, which meant that not a lot of local, I didn't know of any local contractors who were going to be able to utilize or bid on this project, which could have meant it was a sole sourcing, which would mean that I need to go to council to get the approval. And for all those good reasons, I didn't feel that it is going to happen even in 2019 by this time of August 30th.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Jacob. Mr. Commissioner, can I just have a minute to review my notes?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Ms. Jacob. Those are all of my questions.
Okay. Ms. Leclerc.
Commissioner, I just have one brief question in re-exam. Ms. Jacob, we spoke earlier about the hot in place recycling suitability study draft report you received in late December 2018. And I asked you about what was the purpose of that report, given the city had already decided against using hot in place recycling for the RHVP. I understand your answer to be that there were many benefits to hot in place recycling. So even if the city wasn't going to use that method to resurface the RHVP, the city wanted to understand if it was feasible to use hot in place recycling for any other similar projects in the city or any other roads. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And did the city have any other SMA roads that the report would be applicable to?
I don't recollect there was another SMA road. This was more the motion of how to, the process related to how to identify a design mix was the purpose. The sample that was taken for that particular project was from Red Hill Valley, and the design mix that would have come from that report would have been only for Red Hill Valley as well. But the methodology of how it will be undertaken was something of interest to the city. So we continued to complete that report.
And So is it right that it was more of a theoretical understanding of hot in place recycling rather than a practical application to any particular road?
Yes, and also to confirm that we were in the right track of resurfacing or shave and pave to make a final decision whether there was a beneficiating mix that would have been cost effective even for Red Hill Valley using the HIR methodology.
Okay. So if I understand that last answer, was it had the report identified that there would have been a cost-effective beneficiating mix? Would that have had any impact on the city's decision to resurface? Or again, was that more just for the city's knowledge of what could have been possible?
We had moved on with the resurfacing because the report came in December. It would have delayed the project in 2019 as well. It was too late for the actual applicability of HIR on Red Hill Valley project.
Thank you. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Thank you. So, Ms. Jacob, thank you very much for attending today. You're excused. I believe that then the inquiry will now stand adjourned until next Monday at 9:30. Is that correct? The next witness appears at that time.
I believe so, yes.
So we'll stand adjourned until Monday at 9:30. Thank you all.
Thank you.